Please take your seats. We're going to begin. Okay. I welcome everybody in the room and all those attending this conference on streaming. I apologize then because we're a little bit late. In particular, I would like to welcome please take your seats. Those of you we're going to begin that are joining the conference now. In the morning session, we have been with the Chancellor of Granada University, the Dean of its law school, the Director of its Department of International Law, and the other co-director of this conference. All those attending this conference on these sessions. I apologize. But it is now that the conference turns into English. In particular, I would like to welcome two interest groups of the European Society. Please take your seats. Those of you that are joining the conference now. I would like to welcome to this event the members of these two interest groups that are organizing this conference. University, the Dean of its law school, the Director of its Department of International Law, and the first co-director of this conference. Those attending this conference on these sessions. I apologize. But it is now that the conference turns into English. In particular, I would like to welcome two interest groups of the European Society. Those of you yesterday that are joining the conference. I would like to welcome to this event the members of these two the Research Forum Dean of 2017 University, the Dean of 2022, Director Department of International Law, and the first co-director of this conference. This conference on this session. So this shows the commitment of the University of Granada with the European Society, meeting international law, and I'm very happy to see that this collaboration groups of the European Society. I'm accompanied to the table, joining the conference two conveners of the organizing of this group, then the Research Forum in 2017 at the City University of London, convener of EU Global, and Jill Holder, who's from the University of Göttingen, and convener of the Acexde group conference on this European and international law with the European Society. At the end of the conference, the keynote speech by Jan Borders with the Cinemat accompanied the table, enhancing the rule of law in Europe and the world, organizing positive groups, then the will be recorded at the City University of London, and convener of EU Global. And although I will repeat this at the end, let me express my complete gratitude to the organizing team and international that has spent many hours taking care of the conference, all the details, the keynote speech by Jan Borders, with the Cinemat accompanied table. They have been working hard, so that those coming from far away will be recorded in spite of the very usual and although I will repeat those at the end, let me express my complete gratitude and my recognition to the organizing team and volunteers that has spent many hours taking care of the conference, all the details needed. We will distinguish them by their yellow Cinemat table. They've been working hard, so that there are yellow, but those can be blue badges in this conference. It's a way to express our solidarity with the country that is suffering. I will repeat my questions at the end. The war is back to Europe, and the rule of law is to use also one of the first that has spent many hours here. Well, I'm looking forward to listening to the presentations and debates ahead of us that I find fascinating. So I will not use more time. There are yellow, but those can be blue badges in this conference. It's a way to express our solidarity with the country. I will repeat my questions at the end. The war is back to Europe, and the rule of law is to use one of the first that has spent many hours here. Well, I'm looking forward to listening to the presentations and debates ahead of us that I find fascinating. So I will not use more time. There are yellow, but those can be blue badges in this conference. It's a way to express our solidarity with the country. I will repeat my questions at the end. The war is back to Europe, and the rule of law is to use one of the first that has spent many hours here. Well, I'm looking forward to listening to the presentations and debates ahead of us that I find fascinating. So I will not use more time. There are yellow, but those can be blue badges in this conference. It's a way to express our solidarity with the country. I will repeat my questions at the end. The war is back to Europe, and the rule of law is to use
It is also my pleasure to say a few words on
well, I'm looking forward to listening to the
European international rule of law interest group that just recently have founded together with my colleague Ken O'Reilly, as you might already have noticed, our interest group had the honor to be a co-convener of this conference. The honor is for the reason that it is also my interest group, but European international law, and all of you that just recently have together with my colleague Ken O'Reilly and the team of University of as you might already have noticed, our interest group had the honor to be a co-convener again. I would like to point out that the honor is for the reason that it is also my interest group, the European Union, European experience of law, and all of you just recently have together with my colleague Ken O'Reilly and the team of Shockwave that already have noticed our interest group had the honor to be a co-convener again. I would like to point out that the honor is for the reason that so the question was its role in our time the European Union, European experience of law, and also might have recently have never
Still, without intermission, I would like to invite the first panelists in the so the question was its role in our time the European Union, European experience of law, and also might have recently have never Still, without intermission, I would like to invite the first panelists in the so the question was its role in our time the European Union, European experience of law, and also might have recently have never Still, without intermission, I would like to invite the first panelists in the
So the question was the role of the European Union and also
welcome everyone. Since we are pressed by the schedule, we will try to keep up. Everyone, welcome to the
Still, without intermission, I would like to invite the first panelists in the
So the question was the definition of rule of law between the European Union and
welcome. Being told we are in the States, time pressed by the schedule, so we will try to keep up. Everyone, we try to
Still, without intermission, I would like to invite the first panelists in the
definition of rule of law between the European Union and
general. Welcome. Being told we are in the States, we have time expressed by the schedule, so we will try to keep up briefly. Everyone, we try to
Still, without intermission, I would like to
on my right
definition of rule of law
being told we are in the States, we have many applications, so we will try to be on up briefly. So I very well search yes, strategic software yes, strategic software. So he's professor at German University, now so he's going to talk about the new autonomy and the external affairs. So what's future? Fight yes, strategic excellent topics. So he's professor at German now race. So he's going to talk about the new autonomy
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I'm very, very, very happy to be here, as been said by Louis. That's a conference that should have taken place 2 years ago before the pandemic disrupted our life. And I have to say that over the last few months, I always say to myself, when the conference comes, this means that the pandemic is away. Unfortunately, the pandemic is not away, Mr. President, in the form of war, but still I'm very happy to be here, as we are said by Louis, President among us, very good friends of mine. That's a conference that should have taken place 2 years ago for today's presentation. First of all, let me say immediately what is not my presentation. Over the last few months, I talked about the rule of law and the use of force in international law, even because this is unfortunately which I guess will be touched by other presentations, especially tomorrow. But as regards my presentation, I would like to start with this kind of that the European law exceeds in commonly argued. First of all, let me say immediately, but the question is not just my presentation, where the last this will not be clear the rule of law despite its restrictions on international law because the scope of my presentation is precisely to answer this question, but as regards my debating it from both theoretical but I would like to start as a premise. We know that a clear trend exists in common against this is something which has been already read by this morning. This will not be clear a clear trend exists inside districts in Europe of using the terms legal state and rule of law in a quite controversial and ambiguous way. This technological difference is not residential and refers to political and legal conditions as a premise. We know that a economic trend in German in conflict against the 19th century and that rooted in the political and constitutional history of Great Britain. Accordingly, the question arises as to whether these notions that in turn were reflected in the national legal experience of other countries may be compounded into a single shared notion of the rule of law, at least in terms of reference values. The German concept of Rechtsstaat, we have a lot of German scholars, but anyway, mainly developed in the aftermath of the Restoration which followed the 1848 revolts and was conceived as both a response to the absolute state and a reworking of the classical liberal thought and the principles behind it, namely the public protection of fundamental rights and the separation of powers. These two principles in particular result in two additional axioms. The first one relates to the very famous theory of subjective public rights and rests on the circumstance whereby sovereignty as well as the power to establish individual rights and ensure their protection belongs to the Parliament only. The second axiom is reflected in the principle of legality, whereby the executive and the judiciary are required to comply with the acts of the Parliament, and this as a legitimacy condition of their acts. The term Rechtsstaat, which was exported from Germany to the rest of continental Europe, giving rise, for example, to the Italian Stato di Diritto, is expressly mentioned in Article 28 of the current German Constitution, which states that the constitutional order in the land must conform to the principle of a republican, democratic and social state governed by the rule of law within the meaning of this basic law. The English variant of the rule of law is different from the German legal state, since it shares the idea according to which sovereignty belongs to the Parliament, but claims the normative supremacy of the latter over the executive alone. Given the common law countries' features, and in particular the absence of a written constitution, courts are the main bodies entrusted with the normative function and the protection of individual rights. This is also the reason why, according to a widespread opinion, the difference between the German and Anglo-American doctrine of rule of law would lie in the fact that where the former, the German tradition, is contained in the codified legislation, the Anglo-American doctrine may be found in the court's decision. Now, despite the polysemy of traditions which flow into the notion of the rule of law, this is of course an exemplification, the opinion has put forward by several scholars whereby this tradition would be based on the same philosophical and political assumptions and stand for the same grounding values. Under this perspective, that's a quotation from a famous scholar, the rule of law is a normative and institutional structure of the European modern state within which the legal system is entrusted with the task of protecting individual rights by constraining the inclination of political power to expand, to act arbitrarily, and to abuse its prerogatives. Most quarterly, two principles underline the rule of law so conceived: the differentiation of power and the diffusion of power. And in particular, the principle of differentiation plays a dual role, being aimed at separating both the legal political system from other social subsystems like the economic or religious one, and the state function consisting in enacting legislation from that of enforcing legislation. The principle of diffusion of power, on the other hand, serves to limit state powers by means of explicit restraints and to expand consistently the scope of individual freedoms, making them more and more independent from political interference. Now, this last principle, in turn, has been given substance in the form of a large number of criteria, guarantees, and individual rights, including legal certainty, protection of legitimate expectations, due process of law, proportionality, preventing abuse of power, and non-discrimination. And the question is, and I come to the point, whether such guarantees may be regarded as general principles of the European Union. This is a quite challenging task, and the reasons are not hard to grasp. First, the singular physiognomy of the legal order of the European Union, as well as of the EU Court of Justice, should be taken into account. As has been observed very recently by Dean Spielman, unlike the European Court of Human Rights, the Court of Justice of the European Union is not an international court whose sole purpose is to protect fundamental rights, values, which lie at the heart of the rule of law concept. Placed as it is at the top of a supranational and autonomous legal order, the Court of Justice has the principal function of ensuring the effectiveness and the proper functioning of the EU legal order, as well as of its organs. Second, the second reason why the question is so difficult to deal with. Although the ECJ has used general principles of EU law since the very beginning of its establishment, the Court has never elaborated, at least as far as I know, a full-fledged definition, classification, or methodology for their recognition. Well, with this premise in mind, and in order to try to answer the question I started with, let's take into account the relevant practice. In a very celebrated judgment, I suppose that has been already mentioned this morning and will continue to be mentioned by the next speaker, the judgment in the case Lever, the European Court of Justice referred to the European community as a community based on the rule of law, inasmuch as neither its member states nor its institutions can avoid a review of the question whether the measures adopted by them are in conformity with the basic constitutional charter, the treaty. In other words, while the Court's judgment does not explain the origin and the meaning of the rule of law at community level, it is clear that the Court implicitly views the rule of law both as a positive good in itself, and as one of the fundamental principles underlying the entire constitutional framework of the European community. From that moment on, much water has flowed under the bridge, and several references to the rule of law may be found currently within the EU's realm. This is recalled by Article 2 of the Treaty on European Union, as well as by the preambles to the treaty and to the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the EU. This is also why, under Article 49 of the Treaty on European Union, respect for the rule of law is a precondition for EU membership. Unfortunately, this widespread support for the rule of law has not helped clarify the normative basis and content of these principles within the EU, going so far as to have inspired a large number of interpretations by legal writers. To date, doctrinal discussion, more or less, this is also an exemplification, rests on two main alternatives, whose terms may be summarized in the following way. Some authors, moving from the wording of Article 6, paragraph 3 of the Treaty on European Union, according to which fundamental rights as guaranteed by the European Convention for the Prosecution of Human Rights and Fundamental Reasons, and they result from the constitutional traditions common to the member states, argue that the Union cannot define the rule of law in an autonomous manner and would be obliged to respect it as it were a principle common to member states. In other words, that's a quotation from Verhoeven, national constitutional traditions offer both the reason why fundamental principles are to be respected by the Union and a basis for determining what these principles mean in the Union context. Curiously, the same authors, and also Verhoeven indeed, add that these principles are open-ended categories and that there is a marked difference in how these principles are understood in the various member states. So, in other words, following a reasoning of this kind, one should argue that the Union would be under a kind of legal obligation to define the rule of law on the basis of a common denominator that actually does not appear to exist. Quite expectedly, other authors contend a strict separation between the domestic and EU definition of the rule of law, assuming that it is impossible to draw direct parallels between national legal orders with respect to the precise meaning of the rule of law exposed by each system. Now, this opinion is, of course, the most convincing one, at least according to me. Just 5 minutes. But it does not provide any real solution to the question here scrutinized, neither in terms of the normative basis of the euro law, nor of its content. Going more into details, there is no doubt that the principle which the EU rule of law seems to be based on do not embody principles common to domestic system, always by way of exemplification. Let's take into account the principle of legitimate expectations, which is a traditional manifestation of the rule of law. The rationale behind the principle of legitimate expectation rests on the need to protect individuals' reliance on the conduct of another party as well as of the state, and accordingly the principle is relevant from both a private and a public law perspective. From a public law perspective, in particular, what the principle calls for is a fair balance between the individual interest in maintaining a given legal situation which has been relied on for the purpose of his assessments and decisions, and the state's power to change this situation, i.e. to exercise its normal regulatory function in the public interest. Now, this very principle plays a crucial role in the field of EU law too. But its legal nature continues to be shrouded in ambiguity. Several authors regard legitimate expectation as part of the body of general principles common to domestic systems, yet their lines of argument are not altogether convincing. Why? while the principle is provided for by the overwhelming majority of EU countries, its scope, as well as the conditions under which it may be guaranteed, differ greatly according to each country and, of course, its peculiar legal tradition. In Germany, for example, the principle is enshrined at the constitutional level and applies not only to decisions and representations made by public authorities, but to legislative measures as well. On the contrary, in other countries, the scope of the principle tends to be narrower, inasmuch as expectations mainly give rise to procedural rights. Individuals are entitled to participate in the decision-making process of public bodies, but they are not safeguarded from changes of legislation. Lastly, some countries like France do not provide any express protection for legitimate expectations, for example, which is probably due to the presence of other principles having a similar function. Now, in this light, and so considering that no common denominator can be found, at least in matter of legitimate expectation, all that can be said is that the European Union is entitled, as a consequence, to redefine the meaning and the scope of the rule of law to fit the distinct features of its autonomous legal order. And this is exactly what has been done and continues to be done. Turning again to the principle of legitimate expectations, this is something which has had also much importance in the context of investment practice. The EU has elaborated a notion of legitimate of expectations by legislation, which is specific to the EU only. This is the model of expectation by induction, which the EU Court of Justice follows when establishing whether a private party can rely on legitimate expectations against the exercise of normative powers by EU's institution. According to this model, the individual's expectation must be protected where the law that is going to be modified embodies a previous qualified conduct of the legislator, i.e. a normative act put in place with the specific aim of inducing a certain decision and which the individual relied on in assuming that decision. This is completely in line with what I said at the beginning of my presentation when I quoted Spielman and relied on the idea according to which the coarse use of the rule of law concept may never ignore the need of guaranteeing the effectiveness and proper functioning of the EU legal order. I come to the conclusion. This circumstance, more generally, may be easily explained. I'm an international lawyer, indeed, more than an EU lawyer. No, I say it is just to, it's a sort of justification if I say something wrong, but especially deal with public international law. But I think this circumstance, so what I try to explain, may be understood if one recognizes the existence of a twofold category of principles within the EU context, which replaces a traditional distinction which works at the international level as well. I'm talking about the distinction between principles common to domestic systems and general principles of EU law. Of course, the EU rule of law is part of this second category of principle, which may be described in the following terms. General principles of EU law are identified on the basis of the normative dynamics peculiar to the EU legal order itself, which means that they are inferred by way of induction and generalization from the EU legal order considered as a whole, and from the treaties first of all, and that they are shaped so as to respond to the futures and the needs which are typical to this order. Of course, who is in charge of this interpretive task is above all the EU Court of Justice, which as always ends up being the most important motor of EU integration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Palombino, who has really stick to the time, just 1 minute not even 1 minute. You have also 1 minute, you can say also. Okay. So perfect. Italian has set the example. I hope Germany live up to the expectation.
Well, I'll try my best. I think I brought a small presentation with me.
It's going to be
and if I have a little, do you have a little clicker or a presenter that I can go through the slides with?
There.
Unfortunately, let's see. I will. Unfortunately, I expected, which is obviously not a fault of Granada University, but I expected the screen to be a little bigger, so please bear with me if the text is quite small, probably on the slides, but I hope I make myself clear when explaining what you see. I can also already tell you that I changed the title of my presentation a little bit. It is saying European strategic sovereignty, what role for the rule of law in the program, but the actual title is, as you can see now, the actual title is External Promotion of the Rule of Law, what role for European strategic sovereignty. So I switched it around a little. And the argument that I'm going to make is like this. First, I'll briefly talk about the EU's legal obligation to promote the rule of law in its external relations. I'll then talk about the current political debate over European strategic sovereignty. In a third step, I'll show some interlinkages between this idea of European strategic sovereignty as a catalyst for the ability to externally promote the rule of law. These interlinkages I'd like to show. From there, I'll take just a brief look, because I know it's a huge topic, on how to probably achieve this politically desired European strategic sovereignty, and I'll then briefly conclude. So, when we talk about the external promotion of the rule of law, and this is, you probably already see this is quite small, but really bear with me, I'll try to explain it. You know that today, what we do not really do is think that the external sphere basically is something that is exceptional, but it is highly permeated by the law and is designed by the law. So for the EU, what is known is that this external relations that the EU for sure has are determined by legal rules and are holding something that I would call an externalization of its values. Evidence for that is Article 21 TEU and Article 3 of the TEU that most of you know. Article 21 saying the Union's action on the international scene shall be guided by the principles which have inspired its own creation, development, enlargement, and which it seeks to advance in the wider world. The rule of law. Para 2, the Union shall define and pursue common policies and actions, and shall work for a high degree of cooperation in all fields of international relations in order to consolidate and support the rule of law. And Article 3, paragraph 5 is even more clear, saying, in its relations with the wider world, the Union shall uphold and promote its values and interests and contribute to the protection of its citizens. So, for numerous reasons that I'm not going to go into in detail right now, and who's interested can read on that on numerous publications that I've done on that I consider these two articles legally binding, having a legally binding effect on EU organs for reasons of treaty interpretation and CJEU EU adjudication. There is a certain legal effect to these rules. What I would describe as an obligation of all EU organs to take all opportunities of external rule of law promotion into consideration and seize them wherever possible. So undoubtedly this is quite a vague legal obligation, but it is a legal effect that can at some point even amount to a violation of EU constitutional law when not respected. We're probably, if you're familiar with the work of Ronald Dworkin or even Robert Alexi, who was a German scholar, we'd probably call this a principle, right? A principle of optimization that one needs to go after. So there is a certain legal effect. who is addressed by this desire of the European Union to actually promote the rule of law? Well, if I talk about promoting the rule of law over here, or in this particular speech, I think of promoting the rule of law beyond the EU's own territory and jurisdiction, so outside its own member states, meaning that this obligation to promote the rule of law, which has a legal effect, addresses basically every structure that is capable of being subject to the rule of law's demands outside or beyond the European jurisdiction and territory. And that would amount to basically all third states that are non-EU member states. It would comprise international organizations, in particular those international organizations who hold what I would call international public authority, and would therefore be in high demand of rules that deal with the rule of law. And it would address the international community as a whole. So basically the international legal order as the legal order that organizes the way the subjects of international law, which are basically states, deal with each other. If we talk about what rule of law the EU needs to promote in this regard, and I think this quite well connects to what we have heard in the first presentation, it is important to say that not only is there an ongoing discussion on whether the internal, meaning like the EU member state rule of law, can be transferred to the European level, but also whether the concept of the rule of law that we know as a European concept is the same concept that the EU wants to promote in other legal orders. And if we look at the EU constitutional law and the adjudication of the European Court of Justice, what we can see is that the externally promoted rule of law basically is the same concept that we see with respect to what the Court of Justice would ask for when he talks about the rule of law internally within the European Union, not necessarily in the member states, which is another discussion. And that, having that in mind, one can say that there's basically two major complementary elements of the European rule of law, which is and that I consider that basically the basic idea of every structure of the rule of law that we can find in whatever international legal order. So it wants to prevent anarchy on the one hand, and it wants to prevent tyranny on the other. Preventing anarchy by basically establishing law and establishing public institutions, an effective legal order, supremacy of the law, functioning public institutions, and in particular a public monopoly of powers, but at the same time limiting this power and the dangers that come with it by legality, legal certainty, separation of powers, effective judicial remedies, proportionality, etc. So these two sides of the rule of law is what we think about of promoting when we talk about what the EU is probably obliged to promote outside its own territory and its own jurisdiction. Obviously, this is not a one-fits-all approach, and regarding or depending on what addressee you actually look at when it comes to the promotion of the rule of law from within the European Union, you have to adapt the concept, basically meaning that it might be a completely different thing to foster the rule of law in a country that already has established quite, let's say, elaborated public institutions, and it's more about limiting them, while it might be a first step to even establishing aspects of the rule of law and the international legal order by building such institutions before thinking about limiting them, just to point that out real briefly. So this leads me to this fine-looking gentleman in the Balenciaga hoodie that we all know is Emmanuel Macron, and the talk or the political debate that we now witness over European strategic sovereignty. So I'll now start the second argument, basically, or the second part of my presentation. So, as you all know, there's various dimensions to this particular talk or this particular debate. What I want to talk about with respect to the European strategic sovereignty is obviously the aspects that deal with the external relations of the European Union, and to what extent this is covered by this ongoing debate. So, I think most of us can agree on when I say that the whole debate of European strategic sovereignty is basically triggered by a perception of what I would call an unnecessary deficit of the EU's relevance in the international sphere. And I brought two citations with me, so to say. Emmanuel Macron in his Sorbonne speech in 2017 basically saying, only Europe can, in a word, guarantee genuine sovereignty or our ability to exist in today's world, to defend our values and interests. European sovereignty requires reconstructing, and we must do it. And Jean-Claude Juncker in his State of the Union speech in 2018 said, the geopolitical situation makes this Europe's hour. The time for European sovereignty has come. It is time Europe took its destiny into its own hands. It is time Europe developed what I coined Weltpolitikfähigkeit, a German term, the capacity to play a role as a union in shaping global affairs. Europe has to become a more sovereign actor in international relations. So this is what we would consider the political debate on European strategic sovereignty. But what is it all about, actually, if we look at it, at this whole debate in a nutshell and try to give it a little, give it a little grit? In a nutshell, I'd say, or I'd like to point out, and that's an important thing, that it is not synonymous with the technical legal concept of sovereignty that we see in international law, where international law gives or basically confers sovereignty to states by their or as a legal status. It is not the same thing. It's a different thing. It kind of builds on that because this is a necessary prerequisite or precondition for political sovereignty or a particular strategic sovereignty, but it is not the same thing. When we talk about European strategic sovereignty, we're actually talking about a political aspiration to further enable the EU to have a relevance on the international level that actually lives up to its, I'd say, undeniable potential. So, in EU that would possess strategic sovereignty would make full use of its possible economic, military, and other political powers to be able to act autonomously and without de facto political dependencies. It would also be able to uphold and maintain its own interests, even against external coercion. And, most important point, it would be able to influence foreign contexts and the international sphere in favor of its own strategic objectives. This European strategic sovereignty is not a binary thing, not a binary status, obviously. So there is not either strategic sovereignty or no strategic sovereignty at all. It is a sliding scale, and this whole idea of political aspiration is basically of moving the European Union closer to what I just explained I would understand as European strategic sovereignty. So, coming back to the legal obligation to promote the rule of law internationally that addresses the European Union, it is clearly the case that European strategic sovereignty would obviously strongly foster the EU's ability to fulfill its legal obligation to promote the rule of law stemming from Article 21 and Article 3 Treaty of the European Union. So, in particular, or in concrete cases, I'd say a high degree of European strategic sovereignty in the sense I just explained would, for example, allow the European Union to more effectively promote the rule of law in internal political orders of third states. For example, one could think of utilizing its economic powers actually utilizing its economic powers to further push for the use of rule of law conditionality clauses in international trade agreements. I think we're going to hear about that in this conference. It could also be used, the strategic sovereignty, to promote the rule of law in international organizations. One could think of applying diplomatic pressure, effective diplomatic pressure on member states of an international organization to achieve the introduction of certain rule of law mechanisms or limitations to the exercise of international public authority, right? One could think of the effective judicial remedies one could introduce in individual sanctions mechanisms or committees in the United Nations that would not only be ombudsmen but actual effective judicial remedies. And even the promotion of the rule of law and the international legal order as a whole would be easier by or on the basis of European strategic sovereignty, right? For example, using credible military deterrence to ensure global respect for the prohibition of the use of force as an aspect of, or probably the main aspect of, an international legal order and the international rule of law as such. So, with having these interlinkages in mind, I find it quite interesting that although it is a political agenda to get to European strategic sovereignty, indications of such an idea can be found within EU constitutional law already. Again, Article 21, TEU says right in front, or right next to the obligation to promote the rule of law, it says the Union shall pursue common policies and actions and shall work for a high degree of cooperation in all fields of international relations in order to, and this is EU primary law that binds all EU organs, safeguard its values, fundamental interests, security, independence, and integrity. So therefore, not only logically, as I have just shown with respect to the interlinkages and the abilities that stem from European strategic sovereignty, but also doctrinally, the EU's legal obligation to promote the rule of law on the one hand, and the aspiration for European strategic sovereignty on the other, are in quite close connection and, I'd say, an interlinked relation. If we think about this interlinkage and this connection of the two of them, it is, from my perspective, quite interesting to ask ourselves, well, if we could achieve the legal obligation to promote the rule of law externally better by achieving European strategic sovereignty in the sense of what we were just talking about, it is interesting to say or to ask what further steps are necessary to actually get there. And I know that all of you might be very much into these debates and know a lot about it, but just to further wrap it up again a little, if we want to develop the EU's potential international relevance into what I would call actual international relevance, or more actual international relevance, and by that enable the EU to better foster the rule of law, as it is its legal obligation in other legal orders, we see a variety of measures that are being suggested right now. So some of them work within the existing EU constitutional law, EU primary law. Some of them go way beyond that and consider deep amendments to the international treaties that constitute in the EU at the moment. So just three areas that I'll really briefly point out is the discussion on a realignment of EU foreign trade, investment, energy, and development policies. So one could, for example, think about expanding unilateral trade and investment defense mechanisms, as you probably have recently seen with the proposed anti-coercion instrument. It is a step to gain or establish energy independence whilst upholding supply security, advancing strategic entanglement as a supplementary aim of development cooperation, the Chinese approach, so to say. But there's also a huge ongoing discussion on realigning foreign security and defense policies, right? Strengthening the EU or the European Union pillar within the NATO, through a united stance of, let's say, EU member states. Further developing and emphasizing the independent European collective defense mechanism in Article 42, Para 7. An important step, I'd say, in that regard. Not without reason, France has used this particular mechanism when it came to the military operations in Syria. Probably even forming a fully functional European army that is already there as an idea in Article 42, Para 1 of the TEU. And even probably a Europeanization of the French UN veto power within the United Nations, and probably even its nuclear deterrence. And lastly, as a last point, and I'll then conclude, the probability or the possibility of increasing the effectiveness of internal decision-making procedures. So there is already, and I think that sometimes is a little under the radar, a general competence for the common foreign and security policy in Article 24, Para 1, where, with unanimity, the EU can basically push forward for almost everything within its external relations. Unanimity, without doubt. But even that is something that is lately being challenged, and people think about whether we shouldn't go to a supranationalization of the CFSP and the common security and defense policy as well. So that just as a peek of what could be further steps. So how to conclude? Very simply put, what I wanted to show you with my little presentation is that I think European strategic sovereignty undoubtedly enables the EU to better promote the rule of law beyond its own territory and jurisdiction. That would be my approach. So if we take it seriously, if we take the obligation seriously to promote the rule of law abroad, which is there in the European treaties, I think achieving more European strategic sovereignty might be a feasible way to go. However, and that probably maybe as an opener for discussion, if we go for such an approach, we would probably, and not only for the first time, but once again, and rightly so, be subject to criticism of a new rule of law imperialism, probably. But with that, I'll leave it, and thank you very much, President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Holderhuth. And now I'm giving the floor to Professor Weiss in order to talk.
Thank you.
You want Wolfgang.
Thank you so much. Well, I can directly connect with my colleague to the right. Does EU sovereignty really promote the rule of law? Or do we see then more of EU power politics? That is a question which I would like to address with a particular focus on trade policy of the European Union and its new turn towards more assertiveness and robustness. Trade relations are under constant stress in several years due to simultaneous, fundamental, economic, institutional, political and technological shifts in world trade. The long-standing transatlantic cooperation has been shattered, and in a multipolar world, new actors, above all China, are trying to significantly determine the development of international politics and trade relations. In the midst of all this, the European Commission has committed itself to a geopolitical role. The EU changed its trade policy under the motto of open strategic autonomy towards a more assertive policy of enforcing its trade rights and of protecting against unfair practices. This assertiveness turn, as I call it, meets with concerns. Internally, the new turn raises demands for more accountable Commission, as the new tools will enlarge its decision-making leeway. And externally, the EU's trade policy shift can be blamed for undermining the credibility of the EU's support for multilateralism and obedience to international law, maybe. So from a legal point of view, the issue arises as to whether the EU still respects its commitments under international law, in particular WTO law. Disrespecting international law would challenge the EU constitutional rule of law obligation. My contribution, I will first take a brief look at the EU's trade policy turn before the compatibility of some of the new trade tools with the EU's international obligations will be explored. In face of these unprecedented developments, which I could only briefly mention before, the EU felt forced to rely more on unilateral measures to ward off unfair treatment. The EU's commitment to multilateralism has now been embedded in an open strategic autonomy within a more assertive trade policy approach that defends its own economic interests, its values and objectives. The EU is stepping up its trade policy instruments to enforce trade rights more effectively. The EU has tabled a bunch of new legislation and amended also recently the trade enforcement regulation to expand the scope for countermeasures and redressive measures. The EU has also drafted new tools for ensuring a level playing field, such as the tabled proposal for a regulation on foreign subsidies distorting the internal market. There are more than these, but I have to confine myself to these two instruments, the foreign subsidies regulation and the new trade enforcement regulation. As mentioned, the reorientation of the EU trade policy faces internal and external reservations. Internal concerns relate to the balance of powers between EU institutions, but I cannot address this deeper. My topic today is dealing with the external concerns, so the EU could be blamed for undermining its credibility as an international actor respecting its obligations under international law, and for turning to increased unilateralism and escalating trade conflicts even more. Internal and external concerns are interrelated, as strengthened scrutiny and control of the Commission may ensure that the new powers which the Commission has are not used for protectionism incompatible with EU's obligations under WTO law. So the multilateral orientation of the EU towards a rules-based order is deeply entrenched in the DNA of the EU. It has already been said, it's entrenched within the EU both politically, constitutionally and also institutionally. Nevertheless, this multilateral orientation and the respect for international law may be subject to a constitutional principle called the EU's autonomy. Therefore, an analysis of the new legal tools has to start with exploring the relevance of the EU autonomy and so forth before the tensions between the new tools and international obligations can be explored in more detail. So let us start with EU autonomy. What does it mean? As part of its obligations under the rule of law, the EU is obliged to respect international law, not only under international law, but also under EU constitutional law. Article 3 of the treaty has already been mentioned. So these EU objectives, which are listed there in Article 3 and in Article 21, are neither purely political assertions nor mere declarations of intent. They are binding law. Nevertheless, in shaping the common commercial policy, the EU institutions enjoy, not least because of the reference to common interest in the CCP in Article 207, and they enjoy a broad scope for assessment in their decision-making. The Court of Justice recognizes the tension between the requirements of the different objectives. Therefore, the determination of the EU trade policy strategy must give weight and balance various objectives depending on current contexts and problems. So none of the objectives has a legal priority. Consequently, international law, in principle, is not a legal yardstick for assessing the legality of EU acts under EU law. Even if an EU legislative act does not conform to international law, this does not, with a few exceptions, affect their internal lawfulness within the EU legal order. The Court of Justice even held that there is an exception to strict observance of international law if their implementation by an EU act would contradict EU primary law, in particular the very foundations of the EU, its constitutional principles. The Court has claimed autonomy of EU law also from international law very early. Also in recent decisions, the Court clearly upheld the EU autonomy as a barrier to international legal obligations. So from the case law on EU autonomy, one can infer that the constitutional obligation to comply with international law is not an absolute one, but can be deviated from if constitutional principles of the EU so demand. The emphasis on EU autonomy was perceived as an expression of a court's defensiveness, even closer towards international law. But I think that the jurisprudence of the court on the significance of international law is more nuanced than this, whereas the Court of Justice appears to urge EU institutions to observe general international law, also in trade relations. The case law on trade law, especially with regard to WTO obligations, is characterized by a commitment to a considerable political leeway for the EU institutions. So this nuance, differentiating jurisprudence, appears to be based on a distinction between inside and outside. So in external relation, the EU institutions are clearly bound by the constitutional commitment to compliance with international law. EU constitutional law can set limits in this respect, but only constitutional law. Internally, in the legislative process, the obligation to comply with international law may be mitigated to a greater extent. The obligation to comply with international law must be balanced against other EU policy objectives in order to create political space for the legislator to realize the diverse universe of EU objectives. What does this now mean for the EU trade policy turn towards more assertiveness? As the new trade policy aims at an autonomy of EU interest, determination and enforcement of EU values, it hardly is rooted in or grounded on EU constitutional rules in itself. Instead, I think it is more of an expression of a political determination of EU interest in the present trade context. So consequently, the EU's constitutionally grounded obligation to comply with international law cannot lightheartedly be pushed aside. Only insofar as international rules are not violated or allow for policy space, the EU has leeway to balance its objectives of strategic autonomy against that of support for multilateralism and compliance with international law in determining its trade policy. So having said this, it is also clear that internally, even if EU legislation does not comply with international obligations, this in itself is not sufficient to claim their illegality before EU courts. I have said this already. So I now can turn briefly to the analysis of whether the new tools jeopardize the constitutional duty to respect international obligations. So I have only two examples which I can address here. I start with this recent amendment to the Trade Enforcement Regulation. The new Trade Enforcement Regulation provides for unilateral measures if dispute settlement, either bilaterally or under WTO rules, is not available for reasons of non-cooperation of the other dispute party. The new tool exerts pressure on the other country to accede to the EU's interim appeal mechanism in order to avoid countermeasures. This, however, is incompatible with WTO law, as WTO law provides that disputes can only be settled according to the TSU rules, which excludes unilateralism. So the interim appeal mechanism in itself is fully compliant with WTO law. But the breach is that the EU tries to put a pressure on other third countries to coerce them actually to sign into in order to avoid EU countermeasures. So the new EU rules allow for countermeasures while an appeal to the appellate body is pending. And this is clearly against DSU rules, against WTO rules. So the Commission cannot justify unilateral countermeasures by invoking general principles of state responsibility because the WTO dispute settlement mechanism is a lex specialis, it's a self-contained regime. And neither can members of the WTO be blamed for acting in bad faith when they appeal to the appellate body. The EU itself does it. So the new rules in the trade enforcement regulation violate the exclusive character of WTO dispute settlement. So I turn to the last example, the draft regulation on foreign subsidies. The draft regulation provides for measures not foreseen in the WTO anti-subsidy agreement, such as, for example, prohibition against certain investments or certain mergers, or an obligation to repay the subsidies. So we have new redressive measures in EU parlance. It's called redressive measures, and this, of course, raises the issue of whether there is an incompatibility with the WTO agreement, as this agreement in its Article 32 prohibits any action against a subsidy which is not taken according to the rules of the ASCM. So the draft regulation provides that the regulation shall not apply for redressive measure being contrary to international obligations, including the ASM. So we have a disclaimer there, which supposedly takes care that there's no breach of WTO law. But the question, of course, is when do we have a clash with the ASM? And that is a very deeply contestable issue. So one question which arises is whether those remedies of the draft regulation that are different to those under WTO rules amount to a specific action still covered by the WTO rules. One might contend that the countermeasures provided for in the WTO rules are not helpful, as they do not address investment, merger, or procurement situation. Indeed, the ASCM does not provide for effective remedies. However, it is the function of these WTO rules to limit the range of actions that a member may take unilaterally to counter subsidization. So therefore, the ASCM restricts available unilateral actions against subsidization to those expressly provided for in the ASCM. So there is no addition allowed. That is a first problem. So which means that we have a barrier to the application of the new regulation if redressive measures would be taken against companies active in the goods trade within the EU. That is one problem. Another issue raised by the carve-out of measures falling under the scope of the WTO rules is the question whether the scope of the ASCM is limited to subsidies that have a territorial link to the beneficiary. So the draft regulation of the EU covers both subsidies which a third state grants to its undertakings resident there but doing business in the EU, and subsidies which a third state grants to undertakings resident somewhere else in a third country. So the EU, the scope of the EU regulation is very broad, because what counts is only the economic activity in the EU. Where the subsidization comes from is not relevant. With regard to the WTO rules, however, there is a dispute whether it only applies where the beneficiary is also resident in the country, in the granting state, or whether it applies also to transnational subsidizations. There is hardly any WTO case law on this, so it's a hotly disputed issue among scholars. We don't have a clear answer. If one confines the notion of subsidy under the ASM to those granted to resident beneficiaries, then the transnational subsidies would not be covered by the ASM, which of course would mean that the draft regulation has a genuine scope of application and so forth. Another breach against WTO rules can be observed with regard to the GATS national treatment obligation. EU measures under the new legislation may discriminate against foreign service providers, as they may affect the supply of services from abroad less beneficially than domestic suppliers receiving member state subsidies under EU subsidies rules. Because member state subsidies to EU companies may be subject to more relaxed rules. For example, we have specific exceptions. There is a general blocks exemption regulation which applies to member states subsidies, which of course would not apply to third country subsidies. Additionally, genuine EU subsidies, so not domestic subsidies, but subsidies coming from EU funds, are not subject to EU state aid control, which again results in discrimination against foreign country subsidies. So there is a significant difference in treatment. And that's why I think that the anti-subsidies regulation of the EU can be attacked under the obligation for national treatment. All in all, my deliberations show that the new regulation has only a rather narrow scope of application. The purview of the Commission to adopt measures foreseen in the new regulation on foreign subsidies may relate only to services and procurements not covered by WTO obligations. Besides all these legal issues, I will only briefly address also the political implications of the EU draft for its multilateral objectives. The unilateral introduction of the new tool without discussing it with WTO partners, without international dialogue, is likely to increase other WTO members' resistance to the new rules, which again may lead to a retaliatory spiral. It may furthermore invite other WTO members to do the same, to emulate EU practice and further damage the already endangered international trading system in the WTO. Of course, the Commission says, well, our new instrument will force others also to introduce some type of anti-subsidy law domestically within a third country. That might well happen, but the problem is that this anti-subsidy rules, this new anti-subsidy rules, for example, in South America or maybe the US, who knows, will only apply as EU rules to the domestic subsidization, but maybe not to subsidization which might somehow affect also trade beyond the domestic borders. My conclusion now. The redirection of the EU's trade policy under the general leitmotif of open strategic autonomy has the capacity of adding to the fundamental contestation of trade rules, which cannot be easily brought into conformity with the EU's deeply rooted multilateral stance and its constitutional rule of law commitment. As demonstrated, the new instruments do not only prompt the tangible danger of EU unilateral measures violating international obligations and undermining its credibility as a multilateralist, they also call for strengthening the accountability of the Commission. But that is not my topic for today. Thank you for your attention.
I would like to really and deeply thank you all three speakers for sticking to the time. They have been perfect. We are going to have some minutes for discussion, which I'm presuming is going to be quite lively. So, if anyone here wants to take the first step in asking, yeah, it's one.
Hello? Works? Yes, okay. Well, thank you to all the three speakers. All of your speeches have been very inspiring and interesting. And well, my questions goes to Professor Holterhuis, although I think that maybe Professor Weiss, maybe he also would like to have an word of it. And well, you mentioned strategic sovereignty of the European Union. Well, I rather prefer to call it autonomy. I don't know why. I also researched on it last year, and I prefer to call it like that. And since you have linked strategic autonomy with the promotion of rule of law, my question would be, taking into consideration the fact that Macron and also Jean-Claude Juncker were the first ones to talk about this concept, and it was in the context of Brexit, in the context of Donald Trump's policy of America First, of this wish of also NATO for the European Union to enhance its defense capabilities. My question would be, was the rule of law the cause or the effect of this strategic sovereignty? I mean, has the EU pushed forward this concept in order to achieve this promotion of rule of law? Because I rather believe that the promotion of rule of law by the EU is basically an effect of this wish to gain strategic sovereignty, and not actually the cause, not actually the wish of the EU to commit itself to its constitutional law. So yeah, maybe you could give me your vision on that, and thank you very much.
I don't know if you think it's okay. We can gather some couple of questions. I would ask all of the interventions to be brief. I have also the labels for the speakers. I will not have to use on intervene if you pretend too much. So please, another one. Couple of questions. It's the roundtable is open online, so anyone? Well, then I'm going to use it. I would like to address the question because I think that both of your interventions actually shows that there is some inherent tension between the notion of the rule of law and this strategic autonomy. There is inherent tension, and I would like to ask you if we in Europe are we not mixing two things, which is of course we have to respect the rule of law in the EU, and of course we have to abide by international law. But are we not thinking that international law is a legal system based on the rule of law exactly the same as EU law? And I think here is a quite problematic premise. I'm not saying it's completely wrong, but I think it's more nuanced. You know, I will, not only because of the example you gave about this about this regulation, this trade enforcement regulation, but also I would ask you, China, according to China, the sanctions we are taking against Russia for the invasion are illegal in international law. This is a debatable thing. It's not completely out of tune. It could be said that these, let's say, third state countermeasures are not. So I think that international law gives a lot of room for unilateral action. The point is that multilateralism in international law, in my opinion, is always based on consensus, on agreement. But outside agreement, the only thing we have in international law is unilateralism, right? Outside. So it's not, I think we are in the EU also just mixing and treating international law as EU law. And of course I think we have to abide by the rule of law when we're dealing with EU external things. But that's not the same as applying rule of law as we have done in international law. I think we are mixing here two things which are against the EU as a global actor and as an actor, international actor for that matter. So,
thank you very much for the questions. So maybe I can, like, by addressing the first questions also to an extent, before I forward the question, to an extent answer the second question as well. I think, so interestingly, what you just asked was what I first thought when I was drafting the speech, and you probably realized that I changed my title to, like, my first title was exactly what you were saying. So to what extent does the rule of law play a role for European strategic sovereignty, and not the other way around? Not what role has European strategic sovereignty for the externalization or the external promotion of the rule of law? But when I thought about it, and the more I dealt with it, and this to an extent deals with the question of this tension that we see between an international rule of law and European strategic sovereignty, probably, I think it is important that we are to an extent honest with what European strategic sovereignty is actually about as a political aspiration. It is power. It is to gain power in the international sphere. It is to be able to influence the legal order with all legal means in the interest of the European Union. So this is what it's all about. And I think sometimes this is forgotten when the whole debate on whether, and to an extent that also I think touches upon Wolfgang Weiss's topic with respect to the question, is there a limitation within the EU constitutional order for doing certain things that might not be in line with certain legal obligations under international law, for example, WTO law. I think what the debate on the European sovereignty, the European strategic sovereignty, when it comes to external relations, is actually about is to go beyond that, to actually try to gain power that, for example, may even allow the EU to consider to break certain rules of international law to achieve certain goals. I think that is, if we are completely honest, the case. And that's why I agree. I agree that there is a rule in EU constitutional law basically saying you have to abide European international law. But there's also a rule in primary EU law saying that, and I read it, you have to take care of your own fundamental interests, security, independence, and integrity. And I think I might have answered the whole question differently 3 weeks ago. But with what happened over the last couple of weeks, I decided to change the title. Let's say it that way.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'm fully at your side that the concept and the notion of EU sovereignty must be different to the international legal concept and notion of sovereignty. So that is very important to have that in mind again. And, well, the first question raised the issue of is how can we relate it to the concept and notion of autonomy? Well, first of all, we have to understand that the Court of Justice speaks about autonomy, not about sovereignty, as far as I'm aware. And the Court does so because the Court is fully aware of all the problems as soon as the Court would say, well, the EU is sovereign. Because many member states would not like to hear this for constitutional reasons. Yeah, member states cannot accept that the EU becomes sovereign in the normal notion of sovereignty, meaning having plenipotentiary powers. That is not possible for several domestic legal systems, including the German constitutional law, as it is at least currently understood by the Federal Constitutional Court. So that's why we have this different legal terminology, and I'm also sure that they have different notions. And I try to somehow figure out what does it mean. And to the second question of our chair, I agree with you. We have to be very, very careful not to mix up things. But I think we avoided this trap. At least we try to, as far as I can understand, because international law is, of course, law on the level of international law, first of all. So this means that the EU is a subject to international law as any other state or international organization. But this is something different when the constitutional law of the EU says that international law must be complied with. Because then, to a certain extent, and we are in the process of grasping what does that mean for the EU, for the acts of its institutions domestically, when they enter into legislation, when they enter into contracts, how far are they bound to respect international law by virtue of the power of EU constitutional law? Because somehow the legal obligation, the legal bindingness, the legal force of international changes when we have an EU constitutional rule which says, well, now the EU institutions and even the member states are bound to comply with international law. That makes a difference, because now we are a step further, because the EU constitutional law says now, with force for the EU internal legal order, that international law has to be complied with. That gives a new legal bindingness to international law, not only on the international level, but also on the internal constitutional level. And then, of course, you have to figure out, so what does the court case law then mean? And that's why I had said that the case law, insofar is nuanced. You have to look what does the court say in direction to which issue. So we see a difference between applying general international law and maybe WTO rules because there we see there's more leeway, political leeway, for good reason. And, well, of course, you're right that international law, general international law, allows a room for unilateral actions, for countermeasures. Yes, that's true. But, when we come to WTO law, things are different, because WTO law was established in order to strike out countermeasures, unilateral measures.
That's true. But now coming to, when we look at international responsibility law, we know that self-contained regimes, when supposed to fail, bring back general international law. So all the works with Rifachen, Aranjo Ruiz, and international responsibility were based on the premise that when an international regime fails, general international law comes in and then allow countermeasure, because at the end it's quite debatable. I mean, it's quite
that is debatable.
As a legal system, it's sad, but that's true. Because at the end, it's the system which is the reason why countermeasures come in, is because the regime has failed.
Yeah, well, the question is, has the regime really failed? And does, WTO rules, the dispute settlement understanding, of course, clearly takes the position that this is a mechanism which has to be complied with. And WTO members are not allowed to overstep the rules. So they can, of course, agree internally among themselves to have a multi-party arrangement for a provisional appellate body. That is fully acceptable. But you cannot say, well, we established this rule now, and this is the new mechanism, others have to follow, and if they don't want to, even though they enjoy full discretion under WTO law, now I take recourse to countermeasures under general international law, and now if you don't follow, I punish you. And here I would say we see...
I agree, but the point is... But the point is that it's debatable about that. But I'm saying that international law has not the means to do that authoritatively for everyone. So that's why unilateral comes in international law. It's sad, but that's true. That's the point. And I think also that we have. Sorry, it's just we have already discussed. I will talk to you about this. Yeah, no, thank you. It's really very interesting. So I apologize for being me, the one who delayed the round table. So again, for me, thank you very much. I'll see you in some minutes. We have a coffee break for the people online. They have to be informed. So, at what time? Sorry, at 5 o'clock. Tea time. Thank you.
I didn't really go into the detail of your China-Russia question, but obviously, I mean, that is a completely different question than what was raised with respect to subsidies and because then obviously
that is not obvious.
I mean, the WTO system was clearly not designed to deal with war.
I'm talking about the war. We have the article 21 about that. And we have also the Russian case. Opposite would be the Russian case that would tell the WTO that the situation would allow.
Yes, of course.
But I'm not talking about that because it's a system. China were challenging the possibility of adopting countermeasures in case of that serious violation of a unspoken law. That's what China is accepting. Not accepting at the very beginning of China, it was in India either. So there are many states that don't really accept these third state countermeasures. But there are others. Of course, they do. So international is not that obvious, and I think that Europe is better developed. I'm not so certain about what Libya said. It's quite obvious. It's getting weaker. actually the Court of Justice is using, they are using such an enormous normative background for this. You read the last February 16th judgments on conditionality regulations, because it's using that. And you cannot translate that into international law without really having an eye. It's made up of anyway, sorry. I'm taking your coffee.
Really? You're very much considered mine goes into a different direction, so that's fine. But you started, okay, I can take it along. Sorry for that. But it's very, I still appreciate
It is impossible to do a 20-minute speech, and it's good that Fulvio did already give an insight on how difficult it is to actually say what the rule of law is.
That was my other part of my work.
And that's why I'm always trying to say, like, let's go back to the really basics. There are like two very basic ideas, and that's always in every rule of law that we foster in the EU. This goes back to two very basic concepts. From there, doesn't make sense for an IO, doesn't make sense for that third state, doesn't make sense for maybe the whole international order. Absolutely. That's what a lot of people don't really see when they talk about the question. How do we foster rule of law here and there? Obviously, fostering the rule of law in the United Nations and the legal system is a completely different thing to saving the rule of law in Poland. Exactly. But great. So let's have a chat about this. If you're enjoying us tonight, yeah, what a happy to do that. Ese hombre que ves aquí. Y vas a imponerte que lo va a cargar para luego. Es que debajo hay enchufe.
Sí. Bueno, vamos a ver.
Aquí debajo hay enchufe y lo puedes poner. Yo creo que esto lo voy a quitar.
No, ahora de todas formas él vendrá a quitarlo.
No, porque esto no sirve, no está sirviendo.
Vale.
No está sirviendo.
De acuerdo. Osana, ¿puedo dejar esto? O sea, el buscador que es donde tengo la información o todavía no puedo hacerlo. Porque como la siguiente, o sea, estas siguientes ponencias se van a incorporar pero digo para que no sea, vale, esto es lo que te ganaba que vaya a poner todo esto. ¿Dónde la tienes? Me quedo en el buscador de Google. Hola.
Porque había mandado una presentación,
sí.
Pero me dijeron que tenía el tiempo un poco distinto, entonces mandé una versión un poco adaptada.
Al
correo. No sé si lo recibís.
Esto va a ser real, seguro. ¿Eres Juan?
Sí, la acabo de mandar ahora mismo.
No te preocupes, lo arreglamos.
Perfecto, muchísimas gracias. ¿Qué se presenta desde este ordenador solo? ¿No?
Creo que sí. Vale. Y creo que te puedes cambiar de cualquier momento.
Genial.
Tú y yo entonces exponemos juntos. ¿Tú eres el educación y el blog?
Sí.
Vale, pues yo estoy en tu mesa.
Encantado de
Yo
conocerte. ¿Qué es la que va a hablar de la posición feminista?
Sí.
Qué chulo, me parece súper interesante.
A ver, ¿qué pasa?
¿Qué estás haciendo el máster o qué?
No, yo estoy haciendo el doctorado.
El doctorado.
Sí, aquí en la UGR.
Y es parte del Arcus Council, ¿no?
Sí.
Qué guay. ¿Y qué tal está yendo eso?
Pues muy bien, la verdad. Aún está por cuajar un poco entre el estudiantado. Muchísimas gracias, pero yo me está yendo muy bien, es un proyecto muy bueno.
Sí,
de hecho, lo de que hacer que sea un campus europeo lo que haya es una maravilla. A mí me parece lo mejor.
Mola mucho. Es importante que tenga sustancia, ¿sabes? Porque...
¿Este lo que vas a hablar tú?
No, o sea, lo voy a tocar en una de las recomendaciones, porque es súper guay, por ejemplo, el tema de... O sea, voy a hablar sobre todo de educación para la ciudadanía, ¿sabes? En plan de, a nivel europeo y tal, y que hay...
Sí, pues...
A ver qué te parece, Dina.
Bueno, ya...
Es el tema del TFM.
eso me dijo Carmela, ¿no? Que estabas haciendo aquí la...
Estaba haciendo el máster, pero luego me fui, no sé qué, y estoy en Bruselas ahora.
¿Estás trabajando ahora?
Bueno, lo que yo hago es full time, ¿sabes? Es porque tenemos una sede central de Sydney, entonces te tienes que mudar y ocupar todas las horas de tu día y alguna más. Entonces, y yo encima, como ya se lo está el desastre, pues a partir de TFM, es una pena. Y el tema es que es una pena, el tema me gusta mucho.
Que te lleva Carmela, me dijo, ¿no?
Sí, exacto. Bueno, no, este año ni me apunté, porque tengo que tener cuidado de que no me cueste 2.000 euros, ¿sabes? Pero es una pena, pero básicamente lo que ustedes no ven, que no incluir finalizar. Y hacer una cosa chula.
¿2.000 euros?
¿Sabes? Porque los créditos, a ver, no 2.000 euros, pero como no, o sea, me apunté y no lo acabé de hacer, tengo que pedir una nueva convocatoria.
Sí, ya te entendí, me dio la cuadra, la verdad que me lo han dicho. Sí.
Porque estás organizadora y de ponente.
Sí,
todo.
es que yo en la vida digo, ¿puedo hacer más? Lo voy a hacer. No porque tenga más ganas, sino porque necesito distraerme, ¿no?
¿Y quién es tu editor por el TFM?
Pablo Martín.
Ah, joder, qué chulo, qué pasada. Es la leche, la verdad.
Sí.
¿Y es completamente sobre ese tema?
Sí, justamente sobre este tema. Por otro título, pero sobre este tema. ¿Has estudiado alguno de las carteles? Hay 3 carteles, ¿no está alguna persona? Vale, eso, ¿y cuándo? Vale, las dos primeras son ellas. Sí. Pero que Francés está aquí. Que son 2 personas que hablan en la misma ponencia, ¿no? ¿Eduardo no está? Vale, pero estaba Victoria, que sí que está. Es que son 2 en la misma. Está Victoria. ¿Sabes lo que te digo? Si no, ni ponemos lo que hacemos, que son diferentes los carteles, y lo que podemos hacer es que lo ponemos todo a mano. Y así, pues, por ejemplo, no sale mi nombre diferente para que no sea... pero ahí se puede salir. Ese que está aquí. Sí, ponte. Mira, este se ve todo, pero aquí no. No cierres nada por si acaso y ya está. ¿Te ayuda? Pero sabes que no se puede imprimir nada ahora, ¿no? Vale, decía aquí abajo no. ¿Y todo lo estás poniendo en la cuenta de departamento? Escúchame, no lo tienes que pagar tú, ¿eh? No, dile a Pablo que te ayude y que lo imprima arriba, que te sale barato. Que es más barato que mirar arriba, no en el departamento. Es que yo no tengo la llave, si no te abría. A ver, ¿qué le falta? ¿El nombre de Juan? No, de Juan ahí. Chicas, podéis ir a tomar algo ahora. Aunque no hay ni una comida por tomar algo todavía. A mí me ha gustado mucho entender al sí, yo sí, es que cuando hablan un poco para adentro de las fiestas, yo también que un poco, ¿sabes? Pero bueno, no puede nadie. Manuel López
Sí, pero es que no utilizando el programa, pero tiene que ser 4, ¿sabes?
¿Previsa que falta algo?
Lo tenemos, lo tenemos, lo tenemos, yo lo veo también, ese es el también,
Pues ya está. Voy a quedarme fuera por si acaso, que no hay nadie en la mesa, ¿vale? Alejandro, dice Carmela que se lo pase su email y que lo salga desde el departamento. ¿Has dicho que vete para allá y tómate una...
Vamos a ver. Te explico. Ese está para echar. Únicamente para echar. Y ese está para PowerPoint. Y aquí está el mando. El mando funciona bien.
Because the only plugs that works are over here. Yeah.
It's charging now.
Yeah, so it's charging right now, so maybe when it starts, you can take it. It's okay.
Es gibt jetzt, ich habe ein Papier natürlich, verschiedene Fassungen, aber es gibt natürlich das Papier Ziel. Ich habe ein weiteres
¿Siguen habiendo alguna variedad? ¿Quieres tienes que dar
se puede grabar todo. The commission itself says and of course, Mr. Chair said, yes, there are many challenges to I contest it. Insofern ist die German international lawyers might say, I don't have but for me as a lawyer, I would say, member states discuss
Yes, I said the guys need the one has the children with camera.
Yeah, of course. That's that was the
Mira si está la vuelta por ahí. No, mi hermano, busca ver si estaba por ahí. Yo no sé por qué esta cámara.
Very bad math. Sorry, I mean, I thought days or no, it's 86. Very bad.
Hello, now it's working, sorry, another problem with the camera is considered. Okay, it's better if I point the camera, it will show you the map, it's not that, and you see our sound.
Good afternoon. I hope you have all enjoyed the very brief coffee break. If you don't mind taking your seats, the second panel of this afternoon is about to start. The idea is to compare the internal and external dimensions of the rules of law and explore the different facets and role the rule of law basically holds in EU and international law. We have the pleasure of having today with us two outstanding speakers on site and two as outstanding speakers joining us online. You can see them on screen as we speak. Or not. Sorry about that. we've already heard what the rule of law is and which rule of law is applicable. What is undeniable is that the rule of law is a multifaceted, complex concept that is hard to define and coin. However, it's undeniable that the rule of law is part of the internal fabric and DNA of the very European Union law. When comparing what is enshrined in Article 2 of the Treaty of the European Union in its 1997 formula as changed by the Treaty of Lisbon, we do define the rule of law as one of those foundational values common to the European Union and to the member states. Not only is it right now defined as a value, but in the 1997 formula, we refer to it as a principle. Perhaps the difference between principle and value is not as important from a general point of view. However, in terms of justiciable rights and obligations, it might prove to be quite interesting to pinpoint those differences. When we talk about the difference between the internal rule of law, that's reflected not only in the benchmark used to assess states that are candidates to enter the European Union, but also their actions and behaviors once part of the club, as well as the EU rule of law external dimension as a benchmark and guiding principle exporting EU common values. There's indeed many, many roles to explore. Today's speakers are going to extensively address the role of EU rule of law external dimension. In the first place, we are honored to have here Professor Ramses Wessel, which poses an intriguing question: which rule of law confronting EU and international rules and principles in EU external action? Professor Wessel is a professor of European law and head of the Department of European and Economic Law and vice dean at the University of Groningen. His research expertise is wide, but is primarily into EU external relations law, EU foreign security policy, international organizations, and the relations between different legal orders. He has published extensively on these issues, as well as European institutional law and the legal role of the European Union, as has participated in various research projects on these very same topics. At the moment, he serves as Vice President of the European Society of International Law and member of the governing board of the Centre for the Law of EU External Relations in Den Haag. He's also acting editor of various prestigious international journals in the field. And without further ado, I will give the floor to Professor Wessels. Thank you very much again for your attendance at this conference.
Thank you so much, Ozana, for this very kind introduction, and also for having me here, and also to Louise and to the kind Yellow Ribbon team for the kind hospitality of that team. It's great to be back in Granada, indeed. I will try and talk a bit about the topic you mentioned and focus a bit perhaps on promoting the rule of law. And that was interesting to hear the previous presentations by Fulvio and Tille, for instance. And at a certain moment I had the feeling that they were actually doing my presentation already, so you will see a bit of overlap. But that is just to make sure that you really get the point. Frappez toujours, and even every hour if needed. So this will be about two things. In this paper, and actually the paper that I'm writing, that is almost finished together with Gloria Fernandez Arribas, who is also here, will speak tomorrow on the more interesting part of the paper. So that is a good reason for you also to stay until tomorrow. So what I want to do in the coming 20 minutes is two things basically. The paper has also two angles in a way, at least the part that I will be dealing with this afternoon. First of all, look a bit at the values and the position in the treaty, and I will refer back to things that Fulvio has said on that. And then the second part is also to sort of look at to what extent the European Union is actually restrained by international law in promoting its values, right? Because it's an interesting element that we also discussed in the previous panel. One thing can be this obligation to promote your values, but the other thing is that international law has a number of rules on how far you can go with actually forcing your values upon other states, if you want. So that is what the paper in the end will be about. And just to repeat, so if you look at this famous Article 2 that we have just mentioned also in this in the earlier panels, you see that, just to remind you, that the rule of law is mentioned as one of the elements, right? It's one of the values in a whole list. And sometimes, and again referring back to what Fulvio said earlier, it's difficult to define, and I'll come back to that. But you see, and that's why I highlight Article 2 again, that it's separately mentioned from other things here, right? Democracy and human rights. So in that sense, it has its own legal standing. But at the same time, as we will see later on in the presentation, it's very much linked to the other values, if you want, and especially to the values of democracy and respect for human rights. So this is Article 2, and this, of course, has very much to do with the internal constitutional, if you want, structure of the European Union. And the nice thing of the treaty is that it is very clear also about showing us that there is also this external dimension that we also briefly discussed, and indeed reminding you again of Article 3 and 21. And if you link everything together in the paper, we do that a bit more elaborately than I can do at this moment. You see that those things are indeed linked. So you have the values in Article 2, but at the same time, the treaty makes perfectly clear that the same values need to be promoted, as Article 3 tells us, promoted as such, but also Article 3.5 in its external relations, in the Union's external relations. So, in a way, one of the questions is there a difference to what you are supposed to do internally in relation to what you're supposed to do as a Union in relation to third states? Article 21, of course, sort of repeats it, and I always wonder what the treaty drafters had in mind by sort of taking these articles separately, right? Because you could have easily combined Articles 3, 5, and 21, right? Now we always talk about Article 3, 5, and 21. And it could actually have been one sort of comprehensive set, which would have made much more sense, indeed. Here you see that they need to be safeguarded, and I'll come back to that as well, to this terminology that is so different in the various treaty articles. Because if you look, and this comes back to your point on whether they are principles or values, and even in the treaty, this is not made clear, right? So even in the treaty, the various treaty provisions, you see that they're a bit sloppy about the terms that they're using. Sometimes they're values, sometimes they're principles, sometimes they're just merely objectives to be reached. And in many cases, they're talking about the same substantive content. And also, in terms of what you could call the normative effects of these principles, or provisions at least, it's not completely clear what the treaty wants the member states or the Union institutions to do. So, reminding you again of Article 3.5, and this was also mentioned earlier on this morning, in its relation with the wider world, the Union shall uphold and promote its values, right? So this is, for lawyers, always a trigger word, right? So this is obviously, and I would agree with Till on that point, obviously a legal obligation. There's no other way to interpret this. If you look at the literature, many of our colleagues would actually say, wow, you know, it cannot really be a legal obligation because of its promotional nature, right? If you look at it's basically intentions. So at least the least thing you could say is that the Union has an obligation to try, and there's not an obligation of result, at least. Well, be that as it may, shall uphold and promote its values is clear enough. Then again, looking at Article 21, you wonder why they did not use the same language, because shall uphold and promote is quite strict, but shall be guided by is a bit softer, right? And that makes it difficult for us. Partly it's also our job, right? It keeps us up the streets to solve these puzzles. But it's a bit strange that they chose different language here, and I'm not really sure why, because the intention is exactly the same here. Looking a bit more at the content, at the substantive distinctions between the different type of values, you can say, well, there's a number of them that are basically focusing on the internal structure. So those are the ones that we are using for the member states. In cases by the Commission versus Hungary or Poland or whatever, these are the things that count in that respect. And then there's what you could perhaps call the international values, right? They're much more focused on global issues, peace, security, sustainable development. You can see them here. But also, and that makes it interesting, and also perhaps helpful, as you will see at the end, is the strict observance and development of international law. So the strict observance and development of international law is a union value in itself. And that may help us solving the problem that we will face in a minute about the tension between the internal and the external ones. So going a bit further on the, and apologies for the full slide. I always tell my students, don't put too much on your slide if you're doing a presentation. There we go. Take a look at this provision again, right? So if we would agree, and it's open for discussion again, if we would agree that it is a legal obligation, then the question, of course, is what exactly is it that is asked of the addressees of this provision? The union shall respect the principles, so that is at least clear, right? So it's the union institutions that are in charge of something. And then the follow-up question is actually, to what extent does it also define what the union can do? Do these obligations have an impact on the competences of the union? It's a bit more difficult to find, but if you dig into the literature, and I refer here to Opinion 215, which was quite clear on that, it's not so much about granting new competences to the union. No, you have to deal with the competence that you have, so in Article 3, 5, and etc. But it's more about defining the scope of the competences. So in case law, it's sometimes used as having an effect on how to stretch the competence or how to define a competence, rather as to provide a new competence. So in that sense, it has a sort of structuring way. The values may structure the competence, but may not provide new competence. But again, open for discussion during the debates. Going a bit back to also what Fulvio said earlier, as what is it that we're actually talking about if we're talking the value? If we're talking about promoting values, are we talking about promoting all the values in relation with third states, or is there just a set? And how has the rule of law been defined by the union itself? There's a number of Commission documents that you can find over the years, starting to 2014 until a later one in 2019, where the Commission has actually been quite clear about what the rule of law means. And you see a number of issues here on the screen. Very much linked, and that's interesting to see, very much linked indeed to democracy and respect for human rights. So the rule of law is not just about independent judiciary, etc., but it's also very much linked to the other values of democracy and fundamental rights. And, that's important for today, it's of critical importance, quoting the Commission, of critical importance for the EU's external policy. Okay, we have something there, but not too much, so we go back to another document of the Commission, 2019, which basically lays out all the elements that we intuitively would think that are covered by the rule of law, right? Independent partial courts, for instance, judicial protection, separation of powers, all kinds of elements indeed are part of the EU definition of the rule of law. And a lot has been written on this. Huh? I'm not just giving you one slide, but there's a lot of literature on the rule of law written by the real experts on the rule of law on this. Next question then, if we know the substantive context, is what kind of instruments does the European Union have to actually promote this? What do they use to promote the rule of law? And then you can come across, if you start digging a bit, you come across various instruments, unilateral ones like standards, for instance. So we will only import those goods that have been produced according to these standards from those countries. Those are unilateral things that you can use to sort of promote the rule of law around the world. But also multilateral ones. Of course, there's no trade agreement these days without having something on this. Either a strict conditionality clause, like, as a standard one, but also in comprehensive trade agreements, much more than just the conditionality clause. If you violate the rule of law, we will stop trade, which I think has never really been done. But there's much more in terms of cooperation and assistance in the area of the rule of law. The other element, very topical today, is of course sort of punitive elements, like sanctions. So if you do not follow our rule of law, we will impose sanctions on you. And that is one of the instruments in common foreign and security policy that has been used the most. Together with some colleagues, over the past 2 years, we have taken a look at the CFSP decisions, common foreign and security policy decisions. And it's a bit sad, in a way, that many of them are not very constructive. They're basically about punishing other states, right? They're very reactive in terms of sanctions. So EU foreign policy is basically about you're doing something wrong, rather than being more constructive. But yet it is an instrument that is used quite a lot by the European Union, as we know. Overall, there's something like what is sometimes called legislative mainstreaming. So it has become part, the rule of law has become part of EU decision making. Not just internally, but also if you look at everything that comes out in relation to third states. Slowly getting into, in the final minutes, to international law. The question, of course, is if the European Union is doing this, is there any end to this? Does international law pose any limits to what the European Union could do? And obviously we know from the literature that the European Union is bound by international law, not just written law, but also customary law, to the extent, of course, that it is binding on the European Union. And that it has become part and parcel of the whole story in here. So that is clear. Huh? So the European Union cannot come up with the argument anymore that they're not completely bound by international law, despite the claims they still have on autonomy and EU exceptionalism, if you want. So we are a separate, we're not a usual, regular international organization, we're this special one, you have to treat us differently, etc., etc., which has become very clear in the autonomy debates that we have seen again over the past few years. But there's limits to what the European Union can do, and that is also very clear in the literature. And so a number of fundamental international law rules are binding whatever the European Union decides on internally. The use of force, humanitarian law, military missions have to follow those rules, whatever EU law, and perhaps also something on non-intervention and retortions and countermeasures. But we'll come back to that with Gloria's paper presentation tomorrow. But will it also set limits to the promotion of the rule of law in general in the wider world? Or is it unlimited what the European Union can do? And that brings us actually to the classic question of the tension between international and European law that I think has never been really solved. It's part of the ongoing story. It's part of what makes EU external relations law interesting, I think. And it comes up each and every time we're talking about EU external relations or the extraterritorial effects of EU law in other countries or things like that. The question then is how to solve that tension, if at all possible. Because at the same time the European Union is claiming that they have this legal obligation to promote values. Same time shall contribute to the observance of international law. But how does this work together? So you have the principles, and this is also, I think, what Till was referring to in his presentation, this tension between having to fulfill your internal obligations, but also doing that externally, and then facing what is also an internal obligation in a way, and that is the protection of international law. So how does this work? And how does it work in practice? Well, you can take a look at the case law, and perhaps Eva in a later presentation will say a few more things about that. But Article 3, 5 and 21 have not really been used extensively, but they have been used in the case law by the court a few times. You can just go and do an empirical research, and in another paper I did, by the way, together with Eva Cassotti, we actually did that and tried to look at how these provisions are used by the court, and they are used. They are used in the interpretations, and if not the article itself, then at least the substantive content of those provisions. So, for instance, respect for international law. If you start searching for that in Eurlex, you can also find that, or in Curia, you can also find that quite frequently. So you can see that the court has been using this also to sort of limit EU autonomy. Coming to my conclusion. How to solve this tension then? And the court has not been able to do that. We know that from the Kadi case, of course, where a sort of pragmatic solution was being found. Because yes, we do have these internal fundamental values, and yes, we also do have these international obligations. We do not really want to make a choice, and basically then the answer is, okay, in the implementation of international law, we try to make the internal thing work. But that's not really a solution. So perhaps a solution, and that's for the discussion perhaps, could be that the moment as a starting point, as a presumption, that can be rebutted, but as a presumption, in relations where you're dealing with the member states only, you can start with EU law first, and then see how international law fits in. The moment you're dealing with third states or other international organizations, you should do completely the other thing. Start with international law and then see how EU law fits in. I've seen the court doing this a little bit here and there, if you look at the case law, but it's not become a standard so far. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentation. I very much like the proposed solution. It is quite coherent, and indeed it would be a step-by-step approach, and also defining and redefining what we understand by rule of law by basically dividing it into three different dimensions: internal, European, and international. I would not like to take more of the time as we are striving to finish on time. So I am going to quickly present and introduce.
That's my fault.
And indeed, it would be all right. A step-by-step approach. It's nice to hear one's voice, but not so nice at the moment.
It's already in mute.
Basically dividing it into three different dimensions: internal, European, and international. If you can just give me 1 second. I would not like to take more of the time as we are striving to finish on time. So, right, there we go. A very primitive yet effective solution. All right. Welcome, Eva and Nareen. I hope you can hear us properly back home. Can you? Right. Ya, pero es que se va a oír el eco. All right, just an administrative issue. If you could mute your microphone whilst I'm speaking.
Yes.
All right, lovely.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you and see you.
So?
es el problema? No, el problema es que ellos están reproduciendo todavía. Ok, vamos a hacer una cosa, mira. Ya está, es que no lo has silenciado, ya está. Ya está, lo he silenciado yo. Sabes que tienes que darle paso ahora tú, porque yo lo he silenciado ahora. Cuando tú quieras que ella vuelva a intervenir, tienes que decirle que lo ponga ella. Tú puedes silenciarla, pero no puedes ponerla. Ahora tiene que hacerlo a ella.
Yes, sir.
Entonces, esto, después aquí.
All right. Going back to our oaths, we have the pleasure of having both Eva Cassotti as well as Narin Dries, both members of the Centre for the Law of EU External Relations and the ASA Institute in Den Haag. Briefly presenting Eva, she's a senior researcher in EU and international law at the above mentioned centre, whereas Narin Dries has been working already as a PhD candidate at the Europa Institute of the Leiden University since June 2007, and she has graduated both in international relations and Middle East Technical University in Ankara, Turkey, after which she completed not one but two master's degrees, not only the one in international human rights law at Essex University, United Kingdom, but also the advanced LLM in European business law at Leiden University. Their research focuses precisely on the analysis of ECJ rulings in reference, obviously, to the role of the external EU rule of law and the hierarchy of norms in EU primary law and their implication on the role and EU enlargement. Without further ado, they're going to delight us with a very, very compelling speech on the different roles for the rule of law in the post-Lisbon external relations case law of the European Court of Justice. Nadine and Eva, you have the floor. If you could unmute your microphone, that would be greatly appreciated. You will have to unmute your microphone autonomously. I'm afraid I can't deactivate the mute function. No puedo, no puedes. We can't hear you yet. If you can just press unmute.
There's a delay, I think.
No, que tú misma tienes que bloquear tu micrófono y no te escucha. ¿Sabes lo que te digo?
Can you hear me now?
Autonomously, I'm afraid I can't deactivate the mute function. And now I'm sharing the PowerPoint presentation. Are you able to see it? I can't hear you yet.
Yes.
Just press unmute. I pressed unmute. Are you able to hear me now?
I think there's a delay between the YouTube because I can see where.
Hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. If both of you are not speaking at the same time, could you keep the other microphone muted? And also, we can't see the slides at the moment. Well, this also shows us what are the difficulties in defining and redefining the rule of law. There's a certain loop, which also has its magic. So, well, the digitally...
If both of you are not speaking at the same time, could you keep the other microphone muted? And also, we can't see the slides at the moment.
Es que están reproduciendo en YouTube la emisión.
Alright.
So also shows us what are the difficulties in defining and redefining the rule of law. There's a certain loop, which also has its magic. So, well, the digitally.
All right, I think the problem is that you have the YouTube reproduction at the same time. So if you could just close that, maybe we can solve the problem like that. apparently, out of the blue, the question is solved. So without further ado, if you could try to share your screen, and I will quickly confirm that we can see it properly, that would be lovely.
Are you able to see it now?
Not yet.
Well, I don't know how. Yes.
Can you try again?
Yes, I'm trying.
We did that el otro día lo hicimos, pero hoy no.
If don't worry about it, I have your backup slides here as well, and I will do my best to project them for the audience. Unfortunately, I'm not sure it's going to be able to be seen by you, but I think you can start.
Yes, no problem.
So you can see it like this. That's great.
Thank you very much.
I know. Yes, yes. Whenever you're ready, I think you can start.
Yeah, okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for having us today. It's an honor to be there. And as you will see, there is a slight difference between the initial title we proposed to present on and the current one. The previous one was called Different Roles for the Rule of Law in the Post-Lisbon External Relations Case Law of the Court of Justice. And the change was necessitated by our choice of methodology. Instead of fitting the case law of the court to predetermined roles or function, we thought it would be much more useful to approach the topic with an open mind, and simply by mapping out the case law of the court, mentioning the rule of law, with the view to establishing what the court itself understands of the rule of law to be. So we examined only the cases in which the court explicitly mentions the rule of law. And since some seminal cases such as Cadi predated Lisbon, to provide a full picture, we broadened our time scale to look also at these important cases, which then approximately corresponds to the last 20 years. Well, this mapping exercise of how the court utilizes the rule of law in its practice is important, and it fits into different debates. To name very briefly but two, the first one on the rule of law is an important part of the EU's constitutional narrative and its image as an ethical global actor. The commitment in the treaties to respect the rule of law externally also creates expectations that the Court of Justice will contribute to uphold the rule of law also externally. And of course, our article presentation will also fit into the debate on the role of law in EU's external action. Many elements of the rule of law are gaining more clarity internally, but when we look externally, there seems to be, the concept still seems to be more vague. So our examination of the case law revealed the court uses the rule of law to establish specific procedural duties and obligations on union institutions, often with a view to protect individual rights. And on the slide, you see the entire list that we will be covering today. In the majority, and we can move on the next slide. In the majority of cases, in the majority of cases that we examined, the court makes the link between the rule of law and judicial review. It clearly sees effective judicial review as the essence or as the manifestation of rule of law. Back in the Cadi ruling,
it ruled that judicial review in the light of fundamental rights must be considered to be the expression in the community based on rule of law of a constitutional guarantee stemming from the EC Treaty. And we see that more recently in the Portuguese judges' cases also, the court ruled that Article 19 TEU gives concrete expression to the value of the rule of law stated in Article 2 TEU, and it is the responsibility of both the Court of Justice and the national courts to ensure judicial review. And lastly, effective judicial protection of individuals' rights has always been an important general principle of EU law, but now we also see its place in the Charter of Fundamental Rights. And we can pass to slide 4. After the Lisbon Treaty Amendment, the rule of law was rebranded from a foundational principle in Article 60 EU to a core constitutional value, as was mentioned also by the previous speaker. In addition, we see that also the CFSP was integrated into the treaties, even though it continues to maintain its special nature. Well, even though limited, the court has the jurisdiction now to guard the line between CFSP and non-CFSP matters, as well as check the legality of restrictive measures against natural or legal persons. That limited jurisdiction is also not without problems. It clearly creates tension with the union's identity as an entity based on the rule of law. We see that the court has successfully used all these elements and tensions to bolster its jurisdiction in the area of CFSP with a view to ensuring effective judicial protection, as well as to elaborate specific procedural obligations that also flow from this objective. In the following cases, we see how the court has incrementally broadened the contours of its jurisdictional carve-out in this area. And if we could move to the next slide, starting with the Rosneft case. And what was at issue in Rosneft was whether the court had jurisdiction in the context of the preliminary ruling procedure to rule on the validity of CFSP Act prescribing restrictive measures against natural or legal persons. The court's answer was in the affirmative. Its reasoning was largely based on the role played by the rule of law as a foundational value of the Union. According to the court, the very existence of effective judicial review is of the essence of the rule of law, which leads the court to rule that the exclusion of the court's jurisdiction in the field of CFSP has to be interpreted restrictively or strictly. The question in H versus Council, another case in this period, was whether the court had jurisdiction to rule on a staff dispute case brought by an official serving in the EU police mission in Bosnia and Herzegovina. At first instance, the General Court had declined jurisdiction by arguing the issue fell in the scope of the CFSP. Advocate General Val relied on textual grounds and on the intention of the drafters in arguing against the relevance of the rule of law and interpreting the court's jurisdiction in this context, in this case. The court, however, explicitly upheld the relevance of the rule of law as a foundational value, which also applies in the context of the CFSP. After stressing the importance of the rule of law in its corollary, effective judicial protection, the court categorized the redeployment decision as a staff management decision, which meant the application of Article 270. And Article 270 provides it is the Court of Justice that shall have jurisdiction on any dispute between the Union and its servants in line with the staff regulations and other relevant rules. If we could continue with the following slide. And slide 6, another very interesting case in the context of CFSP is the Bank Refah case. It concerned the annulment of restrictive measures imposed on an Iranian bank by the General Court on the grounds that the Council failed to inform the bank of the actual and specific reasons underlying the sanctions against it. The bank brought a subsequent case to obtain damages for injury. And the question in this case was whether the court had jurisdiction to award damages for the injury caused by the annulled acts. The Grand Chamber ruling 2 years ago, in this ruling, the court concluded it had such jurisdiction. While Advocate General Hogan was quite careful in offering arguments both in favor and against the court's jurisdiction to award damages in this context, the court followed a bolder line of reasoning. After reminding that its jurisdictional carve-out is to be interpreted restrictively again, it highlighted that every individual whose rights protected by EU law are violated is entitled to effective judicial review, which is of the essence of the rule of law. And against this backdrop, the court argued that since it has jurisdiction to rule on action for damages stemming from the regulations adopted under Article 215 TFEU, the coherence of the EU system of judicial protection requires the same opportunity exists for Article 29 TFEU, that is CFSP decisions too. And as in previous cases, respect for the rule of law, and here more specifically the need to preserve the coherence of EU systems of remedies, provided the rationale for the court to adopt a teleological rather than strictly textual interpretation. And if we could move to the following slide, slide 7. And the last case, under the title of Identifying the Contours of Effective Judicial Review, is Venezuela versus Council. The question in this case was whether third states had legal standing to challenge restrictive measures imposed against them if the rest of the conditions under Article 263, paragraph 4 were fulfilled. Relying on a teleological reasoning based on rule of law and effective judicial review, the court ruled that they could. The court noted that a legal person is an autonomous concept of EU law, and its interpretation needs to take account not only of text, but also of the context and purpose of the concept. In its previous case law, the court had already ruled that regional entities, public entities, or even organizations with no legal personality which had been subject to restrictive measures could bring proceedings under Article 263, paragraph 4. And the court ruled that the interpretation in light of EU's values, principles governing EU external action militates in favor of finding that a third state is a legal person. As to the risk raised by the possible lack of reciprocity in this case, as the EU might not be in a position to challenge similar measures adopted by third states, the court dismissed the argument by stating that the obligation on the EU to ensure respect for the rule of law could not be made contingent on reciprocity. And we see that with this ruling, the court consolidates the image of the EU as a confident global actor with a distinct commitment to upholding its foundational values in relation to the outside world. If we could move to the next slide. I don't know if it works perfect. Slide 8. According to the court, another procedural obligation on the EU institutions entailed by the rule of law was the duty to state reasons. The issue in the ENF case was whether the inclusion of the Revolutionary People's Liberation Army in the list of terrorist organizations subject to restrictive measures was done in breach of basic procedural safeguards, and in particular, the duty to state reasons under Article 296. The HKPC was included in the list and kept on it until 2007 without providing any reasons. The court ruled that the duty to state reasons is applicable to the listing in this case too, And this duty had twofold purpose. First, to enable those listed to learn the reasons for the listing so as to enable to examine if the listing is well-founded. And secondly, to enable the courts to exercise their powers of judicial review. The court declared the listing prior to the 2007 to be illegal. And we see in this judgment that even though the emphasis was on the importance of securing procedural rights, the court also made it clear that the underlying objective is to ensure protection of fundamental rights. And we can move to the following slide if possible. And we see that the Rosneft case is also very interesting and includes further guidance by the court on the scope of this duty to provide reasons. One of Rosneft's arguments was that the act challenged did not respect this duty to state reasons. The court clarified that the extent of the requirement to state reasons depends on the nature of the measure in question as well as the context in which it was adopted. As far as measures of general application are concerned, the statement of reasons might be limited to indicating the general situation that led to the measure's adoption and its general objectives. Whereas in the case of measures affecting the rights of individuals, respect for the rights of the defense and the right to effective judicial protection required the competent union authority to disclose the evidence against the person concerned. The challenge measure in Rosneft was found to be both an act of general application as well as one targeting individual entities. According to the court, if a measure is adopted in a context known to the person, which enables him to understand the scope of the measure concerning him, there is no need to include all relevant facts and points in law. In this case, the political background and objective of the measure was quite clear. It was to increase the costs of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. As a central player in the Russian oil sector, Rosneft, according to the court, could not have been unaware of this, which led the court to conclude that the stated reasons for the contested act were sufficient. If we could move to the following slide, slide 10. And in Safaniko, the court underlined another procedural requirement, the duty to provide well-founded evidence. The case concerned the listing of the Iranian company, Safaniko, in the context of adoption of restrictive measures with a view to combating international terrorism. Advocate General Mengozi was clear in his argumentation that judicial review can be frustrated not only by the lack of statement of reasons underlying the listing, but also by the lack of any evidence capable of establishing that those reasons were well-founded. And we see that the court followed the opinion of the Advocate General and established that the rule of law in its concomitant requirement of effective judicial protection obliged the Council to provide information or evidence substantiating the reasons for the adoption of restrictive measures. According to the court, an adequate review by courts must cover, in particular, verification of the facts and of the evidence and information relied upon in order to adopt those measures. And that requirement had not been fulfilled in this case. Could we move to slide 11? And in slide 11, in the case, the issue in Gbabo and others was whether the rule of law in the context of listings required the personal service or personal notification of the measures to the individuals concerned. In this case, the appellants were individuals who were targets of restrictive measures for obstructing the process of peace and national reconciliation in Côte d'Ivoire. They brought a normal proceeding against the measures after the 2-month time limit provided in Article 263 had expired. They argued that this time limit could not apply to them because they were never notified of the contested measures. Instead, the Council published notices in the official journal of the EU. Advocate General Cruz-Villalón argued that there was need for personal notification in this context, as those targeted were neither heard nor given the opportunity to challenge the measure. According to him, the rule of law is fully present in some way only at the time of review of the measure, and therefore the right to effective judicial protection should trump any other consideration of formal nature, such as the time limit. However, we see that the court did not follow the line of reasoning proposed by the Advocate General. It ruled that the measures were communicated to the individuals concerned through publication in the official journal that counted as communication, and the time limit for bringing proceedings was important as it protected legal certainty by ensuring EU measures which produce legal effects may not indefinitely be called into question. The court here found safeguarding legal certainty to be more important than other considerations. And if we go to slide 12, we see that another rule of law related procedural requirement that emerged from the case law of the court is the duty of care or the duty of diligent examination. Its aim is to counteract the wide margin of discretion enjoyed by the EU institutions. The duty includes the obligation to gather all necessary and factual elements, to examine those carefully and impartially. It is important in cases where judicial review is limited to establishing whether there is a manifest error. And by introducing this duty, the court tries to strike a balance between the need for an effective judicial review and the need to respect the discretionary powers of decision makers. This duty was extended to the external economic action of the Union as one of the fundamental procedural guarantees which must be provided in a Union based on rule of law where institutions enjoy discretions. All these considerations are illustrated in the Front Polisario case, Front Polisario being the national liberation movement representing Western Sahara. In this case, Front Polisario brought an action for annulment against the Council decision approving the EU-Morocco trade agreement insofar as it approved its application to Western Sahara, which is a non-self-governing territory occupied by Morocco. And if you could also move to the next slide on this case.
Will do, but sorry to interrupt, just really quickly. If you could try to sum up and focus on the conclusions, that would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, sure. Indeed, actually, there were two more slides. So we see how the court elaborates on the duty of state's reason in the Front Polisario case. And basically, what I stated so far on the duty of state to state reasons, the court finds that institutions have a lot of discretionary power in this area, and then the court looks at the assessment of the facts and finds that the Council has not been thorough in assessing the facts, and that's why the court announced the action, and insofar as it approves the agreement as far as it applies to Western Sahara. The last slide was on the rule of law as it appears in the external relations case law as an essential characteristic of the EU's autonomous legal order. Well, the Cadi case was already mentioned, and we know that till opinion 117 of CETA, the court had very high standards, and it seemed like it was almost impossible for the Union to join an international dispute settlement mechanism. But we see that after checking whether everything was fine and the autonomy of the EU legal order was not affected, we see that the court had a narrower approach, narrower scope of rule of law, and the court joining CETA was made possible. Well, and then very brief conclusions. We see that the court has focused on articulating procedural aspects of the rule of law in its case law. And even though the emphasis on procedure, we see that these procedural aspects are explicitly linked to protection of fundamental rights. The proceduralization and operationalization of the principle of the rule of law corresponds to also what has been coined as the rise of administrative law in EU external relations. And then we can draw a few more conclusions on what this means, relationship with accountability. The accountability of the executive is being made possible with these cases and further proceduralization. But this brings up the issue of the accountability of the court as well. And the criticism being that there is a juridification of EU external relations and that important constitutional choices are left to the court. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nadine and Eva, for the very interesting presentation and for the joint paper. Very sorry that we did not have more time to get into more details. Your presentation was quite comprehensive, but without further ado, with your permission, I am going to welcome our fourth speaker in today's panel, Julie Yassine, who's going to be speaking about mutual inferences between the European and international law standards for the promotion of the rule of law. Very briefly, Julie has followed her studies in France. She studied a master's degree in international European law at the University of Grenoble-Alpes, and her project was entitled The Distinction Between Human Rights and Humanitarian Law Today, a field of study that she continued in her PhD studies, which she completed in public law in 2013 at the same aforementioned university at the Center for Research on International Security and European Cooperation on Human Rights and Humanitarian Law Today as well. She is not only teaching at the Kuwait International Law School as an associate professor in international law department, but she also coaches the very prestigious JESUP International Moot Law competition, whose current problem, if you haven't seen it, do take advantage to do so. It's quite interesting. She has published extensively in many prestigious journals, including articles such as La normalisation internationale en matière d'environnement, ralentisseur ou accélérateur de libre-échange, or principle of cooperation in the ICSCR, a duty or discretion to cooperate in times of pandemic. Julie, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ozana. Can I ask you please to...
there you go.
My PowerPoints, perfect. I'm just starting my, here you go, my timer. Okay, can you please just move it a bit? Okay. Thank you so much. Can you hear me? I don't know. Yeah. So hello everyone. My name is Farah Julie Yassine. There's the warning here.
You can...
Okay, I will continue. So I have a pleasure to be here today to discuss the mutual influences between European and international law standards for the promotion of the rule of law. My paper actually discusses the interaction between international standards and European standards. I will start with, is it working now? Yes, perfect. So I will start by explaining the outline that I will follow. So first, in my introduction, yeah, that would be perfect. Okay. I will start by introducing the topic, and then after that, my first issue will be on highlighting overlapping perceptions of the rule of law, where I will show that these perceptions overlap for sure, yet they are distinct. And then I will move to the unequal efficiency of applicable standards in order to try to identify the growing interactions between international and European standards for the promotion and enhancement of the rule of law. Without any delay, I will start with my introduction by reading this statement for President von der Leyen. She included this statement in the new report of the European Commission on the Rule of Law. And President von der Leyen finds that the rule of law helps protect people from the rule of the powerful. It is the guarantor of our most basic of everyday rights and freedoms. It allows us to give our opinion and be informed by a free press. This shows for sure that President von der Leyen prioritizes the freedom of speech among other freedoms, but it also shows us as well that the rule of law is connected to many fundamental rights. And the rule of law needs to be deployed together with human rights and with democracy. I know that Article 2 was mentioned many, many times before, but I have to mention it one more time, just to tell you that in this article we can find the core values of the European Union. And this is my starting point here today. So the Union is founded on these values, the respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, etc. But in parallel, the UN General Assembly is also committed to actively protecting and promoting human rights, rule of law, democracy. Of course, this shows the overlaps between both systems, international law and European law system. So I will start with the similarities and differences, and then I will show the overlaps between both systems, as I said, in order to try to identify the existing and desired exchanges between international law standards and European Union standards for the promotion and implementation of rule of law rules. So the first point, as I said, I will highlight the perceptions, both perceptions, in international law and in European Union law as well. I will start with the formal assessment of relevant sources, and then I will move to a more substantive assessment of such sources. Concerning, from a strictly formal point of view, I can say that the efforts at the UN on the international level, the efforts are obvious. There is a certain normative dynamism on the international level. We can mention the efforts that are made by several UN bodies, whether we're talking about UN organs, agencies, treaty-based bodies, charter bodies as well. The efforts should be recognized and noticed. Many initiatives were taken on the UN level in order to promote and to implement rule of law. I can mention, for example, what happened following the 2005 United Nations World Summit, where the rule of law was identified among the 4 key areas demanding greater attention. And after that, the UN General Assembly started to convene regular meetings in order to find ways to strengthen the rule of law. So a framework was set at first, and then later on, regular meetings were conducted in order to provide further ways and further means to strengthen the rule of law on the international level. Aside from the General Assembly, we can mention other bodies, the United Nations, for example, Human Rights Council. We can mention as well the Security Council efforts in this regard, even though the Security Council efforts are more limited in scope, because, as you know, it is more limited to certain missions in certain states. If I move to the European Union, I can notice the lack of a widespread definition. At least this was before the new report of the European Commission. But this doesn't mean that the European Union does not make enough, or did not make enough efforts to promote, or to, let's say, to come up with a general framework for the promotion of the rule of law. I'm just focusing here on the lack of widespread definition before the new definition that was set out by the European Commission. And this is my only point here when it comes to the European Union's lack of definition. I can mention, however, the current definition of the European Commission. I can mention that this, in my opinion, this definition will be followed in the future, and I will get back to this point when I reach the substantive assessment of sources that are relevant to the rule of law. So which takes me directly to this assessment. I know that much of what I will say was already mentioned by Professor Vassel, but it's good to repeat from my perspective also. So concerning the substantive assessment of sources, I'm talking here about first the shared values, the values that are shared by the international system and the European system as well. When I talk about values, from the perspective of the European Union, I mean, of course, the core values, for example, human rights, democracy, the links between these concepts. So there are foundational principles that overlap between the international and the European Union system. For instance, the EU is based on Article 2 of the Treaty on European Union. Rule of law is connected to the core values. It is actually one of the core values of the European Union. If we compare this to the international level, we can also see the connection between the rule of law at the UN, and the 3 UN pillars: peace and security, human rights, and development. Of course, when it comes to the UN, development here has to be understood as part of the Sustainable Development Goals, precisely goal number 16, paragraph 3, while goal number 16 promotes peaceful and inclusive society for all, and it is within this context that the rule of law has to be understood in the United Nations. So yes, there is here an overlap between the values of the European Union and the United Nations pillars as well. But even when we talk about the UN values, I have to mention that somehow these values are within the acquis communautaire of the European Union, because, as was mentioned many times as well, based on Article 21 of the Treaty on European Union, there is a link. So Article 21 refers back to the principles in the United Nations Charter. I will move to the distinctive conceptual features between the international legal system and the European Union. It was also, I guess, mentioned by you before that the approach of the UN is more global, more holistic. We have also to mention that, on the contrary, on the EU level, the approach is much more limited. It is much more focused and concentrated. By limited here, I don't mean it in a negative way. The opposite of the contrary. I mean, it's much more focused. It's much more concentrated on the principles or sub-principles, because I like to understand the promotion of the rule of law in the EU as the rule of law is one of the values, and it is connected to other principles, and in my opinion, there are sub-principles. So somehow the European Union, the rule of law, the conception of the rule of law in the European Union has provided a certain structure between values, principles, and sub-principles. This is how I see the promotion of the rule of law in the European Union. For instance, we can mention several techniques that were developed. Let's say, if we talk about the enhancement of the judicial system, we can talk about the scoreboard, the European Union Justice Scoreboard, or other tools that will be mentioned in the last, in the second, actually, point that I will mention right after the distinctive conceptual features for both the international and the European system. Just to conclude in this point, I have to mention that, again, the European Union perception is not only more concentrated and focused, but also it is more practical and implementable. Which takes me to my second point here, the efficiency, the assessment of the efficiency of international and European Union mechanisms corresponding to the promotion and enhancement of the rule of law. If we put aside the Security Council mechanisms, most UN sources connected to the rule of law are non-binding, soft law. Because I think most of the efforts that were made on the international level, on the UN level more precisely, were made by the General Assembly, for example, and we know that most of the work, or most of the resolutions of the General Assembly are recommendatory, they are not binding, etc. Most procedures and activities at the UN also connected to the rule of law are not binding. However, I have to mention that there is a strong will from the UN, to increase the efficiency of mechanisms connected to the implementation of the rule of law. There are recent indicators that were developed by several UN bodies, but these indicators do not aim at actually assessing whether or not states are fulfilling their obligations when it comes to the rule of law. These indicators are more actually dedicated to states to assess their own actually behavior and whether it is in compliance with the requirements of the rule of law or not. So also the value of these indicators is questionable. This is not the case in the European Union in here because the European Union has come up with measures, with reforms, has come up with measures and means in order to track to what extent member states are fulfilling their obligations concerning the rule of law. For example, I will mention some techniques, measures and reforms that are set during negotiations with candidates based on Article 49, the recent regulation on general regime of conditionality, and the very growing toolbox for the rule of law in the European Union, for example, the mechanism, the scoreboard that I mentioned before, and other tools that are actually conceived by the European Union to track the states, to track states' compliance with the rule of law. I will move to the last part of my presentation before I reach my conclusion, and I think this part is actually based on the previous topics that I have mentioned. Just to remind you, I started with the perceptions, parallel perceptions of both systems, and then I moved to the assessment of the efficiency of international and European standards, and now I reach this point on the growing interactions for the promotion of the rule of law. I will talk about existing exchanges between international law and European law, and then I will be very optimistic and talk about desired future exchanges between international legal system, basically the UN system, and European Union system. Starting with the first point, it was mentioned earlier, of course, that the European Union and European Union states in general have obligations towards the United Nations. I mentioned already that the Treaty of Lisbon refers back to the principles in the UN Charter. Also, individually, member states have obligations towards the UN. They are part of a multilateral system, and this multilateral system underlies a strong UN. So, of course, member states have to follow these requirements. Plus, the rapprochement between the UN and the EU is also implemented through the scope of the promotion of human rights, fundamental rights. Member states have obligations in this regard. In addition, for example, to the obligation to cooperate with the International Criminal Court, etc. So, of course, when we talk about EU member states' obligations towards the UN, this is clear. There are several grounds for these obligations, and member states have to follow such rules. But if we try to think on the other direction, is it possible for the EU to export its own values on the international system? Is it possible from a theoretical perspective, from a practical perspective? Am I being realistic or not? I don't know. So in my research, I tried to identify the existing ways how the EU is currently affecting, or the kind of influence that the EU has on the UN and on non-member states. And I found some interesting documents. For example, the European Commission has come up with different communications on its role to promote human rights and democracy in third countries, or how human rights and democracy are at the heart of the EU external action. Again, these are commitments from the European Union towards non-member states. But how can other states receive this kind of help or cooperation from the side of the European Union? Of course, cooperation between several organizations exists already. The UN coordinates with the EU. The UN counts on the tools of the EU for the promotion, especially of democracy and human rights. But this is not always possible because it is the EU member states that have obligations towards the UN and not vice versa. However, on the ground, the UN has counted on the support of the European Union in many cases, on the ground I mean, for example in El Salvador, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in Guinea-Bissau, Kosovo, even Liberia. Here, the UN calls upon the tools of the European Union in order to enhance the rule of law in those states. The last point that I want to mention is indeed the desired future exchanges between the EU and the UN. Well, I put a lot of colors just to show you how dreamy I am. I desire to have future exchanges between international law and EU law, to export European mechanisms on the international sphere, to have a more efficient implementation and monitoring processes, because on a normative level, I think the UN and the international legal system is very dynamic. But the gap on the international level is indeed when it comes to implementation and monitoring methods. And this is where we can call upon the existing tools and the existing methods for the enhancement of the rule of law. These existing tools, they are already promoted by the European Union. They are efficient, as I mentioned previously. There exists a political dialogue between, as I said, the UN and the EU, but I hope that this dialogue would be pushed forward. There should be in my opinion, further cooperation with external actors. This is something as well that can be coherent. I mean, what I mean is that the vocation of the European Union and of the UN, when it comes especially to the promotion of human rights, this vocation overlaps, because anyway, the EU places governance at the center of its partnerships based on a rights-based approach, which is universal, non-discriminatory. So here there is overlap, there is intersection between the European vocation when it comes to the promotion of human rights and the international as well vocation. So we can build upon those intersections, in addition to the fact that we can actually enhance the in addition to the fact that we can use the very developed toolbox of the European Union for the promotion of the rule of law. So to conclude, because I see that my time is almost up, I couldn't but notice in my research, I couldn't but notice the generalized strong will to improve the situation of the rule of law on the international level and in the European Union level. Dynamic interactions between both systems exist already. However, to improve and to make a further rapprochement between the UN and the European Union promotion of the rule of law, we have to rely on the goodwill of states. There should be a global consent. I don't know if it's possible, but all I know is that mutual influences between international and European standards for the promotion of the rule of law can certainly foster its enhancement in the EU's external action. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Julie, for the very interesting presentation, and also for ending the three presentations today on such a very optimistic note. I am certainly going to try to contain myself from making any observations due to the lack of time, but with the permission of the directors, I will briefly open the floor to very burning questions, at least a couple. If there are any, I don't see anyone, I'm kidding. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for these brilliant presentations. I very briefly have a question that could go to Ramses Vessel or to Narin Indris and Eva Cassotti, because they have touched upon this subject. But it's more the end of the speech by Ramses, where you say that, well, you were unhappy with the solution in the Cali case, but you said that more or less the court made it. But I think that the solution in the Cali case was, I do not disregard international law formally, because I construe my reasoning as a problem of internal legality, but I disregard international law in practice. I know that Juan Santos and many others disagree with this, because we have been debating this for years, but I think that Article 103 of the UN Charter was ignored in the Cadi case, and I think that this is the biggest flaw in the rationale of the Cadi case, on the reasoning by the court in the Cadi case. So I like a lot more Aldolimi in the European Court of Human Rights, because I think that this is a way to find a solution that respects international law, at least theoretically. And my question is, do you think that this Aldolimi case jurisprudence, so the fact that you have to interpret that the Security Council sanctions respect human rights, and that in the implementation you've got to interpret these sanctions in that way, unless the Security Council expressly establishes a suspension or a limitation or an exception to those human rights? So do you think that the European Court of Justice would accept an express partial limitation to the rights of effective judicial protection by the Security Council, in the sense of the Aldolimi jurisprudence, that would be accepted by the European Court of Human Rights if it was not arbitrary, which is the ultimate limit for the European Court of Human Rights, on the basis of Article 103 of the UN Charter, or you think that this is not possible according to the Cadi case law? Imagine, for example, a limitation on the evidence that can be disclosed for the claimant, established expressly by the Security Council in a resolution. Do you think, and saying that that has been implemented on the basis of Article 103 of the UN Charter, do you think that the Court of Justice in the European Union would accept that? I know it's a tricky question. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. That is an interesting question. I was tempted to hold up this one 5 more minutes to give me more time to think about this. Actually, the question basically, if I understand it correctly, to what extent will the European Court of Justice in Luxembourg be able to trust or rely on the procedures in New York? That's part of your question, I think, right? So if it is done well under international law, it should be respected by the European Union. I think this is exactly the tension that the European Union faced during the Cadi cases, as well as later on. What do you do if you have the feeling that the procedures, for instance, at the United Nations Security Council, of course we know that it has been improved, right, over the and by the way, on behalf of sort of with some pressure by the European Union, right, or at least setting an example. But at the beginning, I'm pretty sure that I was actually happy, I have to say, that in the beginning, in the early cases, they said, well, listen, in the end, this is also a constitutional EU question that we have to, so we cannot get rid of our own values in this case. So we have, in the end, to provide judicial protection, whatever the Security Council has done. So that's why they came up with this sort of pragmatic trick, if you want to call it like that. Over the years, things have been improved, so the moment has come to say, is it time for the European Union to sort of accept the United Nations Security Council procedures, right? I think to a certain extent, yes, and you would say, and they have an obligation to do so on the basis of Article 103, right? So it's not even a choice. But then the choice is a procedural one or a more substantive fundamental one. And I think in the end, the court in Luxembourg will choose the more substantive constitutional solution over a procedural conflict of norms. And this is only part of the answer.
Maybe Eva or Naren would like to pitch in as well.
I thought that was for Ramses. So I am not particularly sure. I'm not even sure that from an international law point of view, strictly, there was technically what the court did was not correct. what was the violation of international law in CADE?
Not implementing the sanctions.
Well, but the EU does not. So technically, just strictly technically, I'm not sure that was there any obligation on behalf of the EU. It creates. So technically, I do not think that it was. So I think this argument or this kind of discussion presupposes a hierarchy or a supposed hierarchy, but from a completely kind of strictly technical point of view, there is no such obligation. So
I'm not sure you can.
And just a quick question for Ramses. When you say that we have to distinguish between international law and European law, some sort of distinction or distribution of the work, when we are talking with third states or we are talking internally, in the end, aren't you saying that there is no coherence, or there are two notions of the rule of law? Once we have to use internally and one we have to use externally. So in the end, there is no one notion of the rule of law, which is, I would totally agree with you, because when I don't think that we have, despite all these connections and interlinkages between the international notion and the European notion, there is a great deal of a difference between both of them in terms of practicality and so on.
Yes, I would agree with that. It actually links back very well to Louise's point, where part of that narrative would be actually whatever the United Nations Security Council does, by definition, is also in line with the United Nations Charter. So you have to accept that there is a sort of notion of your rule of law in those decisions. But I would also agree with the fact that there is indeed this distinction, and in that sense. It's difficult, but I think I'm coming back to my earlier argument that I can understand that the European Union at a certain moment says, well, I don't really trust how that rule of law at the international level is being shaped. I mean, look at the Security Council, it very much depends on the members and on vetoes by certain states. Should we really rely on that type of system, or should we really go for what we really believe, and that is full judicial protection, the full review, as the court likes to say. So in that sense, yes, there's a difference between the two systems, and I can understand at a certain moment a choice for a deep, comprehensive, fundamental rule of law at the European Union level.
Right, that definitely concludes. As long as you promise, it's a straightforward question.
It was just a question of equilibrium between the presentation. So I just have an observation for Farah, because you said in your presentation that the EU's perception of the rule of law is much more practical and implementable than its conceptualization in general international law. Now, just a small remark, because I disagree, at least in part, with this observation, because first of all, I think it is really impossible to compare the international legal order to the EU legal order. That is quite clear. But still, when we talk about the declarations of the General Assembly, of course, we are talking about no binding declaration, that's quite clear, but we don't have to forget how these declarations are perceived and applied and used in many sectors of international law, where, like for example, international investment law, where there is really a use of this declaration, which sometimes it's something more than a soft law act. And I'm talking about a series of declarations, like, for example, the declarations concerning the right to water, which has been used several times by Acexde tribunal in order to solve disputes, and not only in order to affirm the existence of a norm of general international law, or in order to, let's say, to affirm the existence of a certain practice which reflects the progressive development of a certain norm. So that declaration has been used in order to solve disputes. So from this point of view, I think, it's not possible in general to say the declarations of the General Assembly are soft law acts and that's all, because at the end of the day, I think it's not like that. In many subfields of international law, like international investment law, for example, and where also the declarations concerning the rule of law play a fundamental role.
Yes, I agree with you. I just mentioned the General Assembly resolutions as examples, and in my paper I mentioned other examples just to say that the structure of the UN is different from the structure of the EU. I explain on what basis I undertake my comparison, plus the relationship between the EU and its member states, it's way different than the relationship between the UN and member states. So I explain, I highlight those differences, and you're right, like to a certain extent it's very hard to compare the UN system and the European Union system, especially when it comes to the rule of law. I agree with you, but for the purpose of my research, I had to undertake this comparison, and I mentioned it's purely from a formal perspective, because like deeply you cannot really compare both systems. They are totally different. I agree with you, honestly.
Thank you very much again to all the speakers, to the audience present here on site, and to those who have joined us online. I apologize profusely for not being able to take more questions from the online auditorium, and with that, this second panel of the afternoon is concluded. We'll briefly hop on to the next one. Podría haber ido mejor.
Sí, pero bueno, no sé por qué no he podido presentar. Mira que otro día lo hicimos bien, lo pudo presentar, pero bueno, estas cosas siempre algo tiene que
Amelia,
caerse.
este es el de Juan Ryan, el de Fabio.
En este no hay incidencias, ¿no? Digo que no hay nadie que vaya
Que yo sepa,
fuera, ¿no?
No. ¿Y cómo se descarga?
Está proyecto, cuando ves a bastante de este. Entonces, vamos a ver.
Sí, tengo que usar. No, no hablan juntos. Habla uno y luego el otro.
Primero Eduardo.
Sí.
Amelia, tú no tienes que hacer nada, el ponente con el mando se para adelante y para atrás.
Vale.
¿De quién es esta presentación? ¿Solo hay una presentación?
Solo hay una, sí.
Entonces, ¿quién es el que hace?
Juan.
Juan.
Hola,
¿Apuntas a alguien?
Está finalizada.
Ya, seguro. Pero vamos, si te quieres sentar aquí...
Sí, ahora mejor, yo creo, ya que estamos.
Ya, vale.
Y si eso luego nos cambiamos rápido.
No, porque es la única que va a hacer presentación.
Ah, soy el único que tiene slides.
Yo te conozco a ti, ¿no?
Bueno, sí, usted me puso una muy buena nota en la asignatura.
Pues donde tú te sientas cómodo, si quieres, vas a hablar el primero, pues da igual, en cualquier sitio.
Fue con el máster, ¿no?
Fue el máster,
por eso no subí total.
Claro, normal.
Aquel curso fue un poco raro. Sí.
Please take your seats.
Ah, solo que las slides. ¿Tú no tienes presentación? Vale. Que vale. No es mi presentación, son solamente 4 cosas. Yo lo pondré de nuevo.
Well, I'm not sure if I may say good afternoon or good evening, but, well, dear colleagues, estimated members of the audience, both on-site and online, we are about to begin the last slot of the day. So it's been a very busy day, so, well, we are going to make a last effort. This last panel is devoted to the young people's perspectives on the rule of law. And 3 different strands will lead us through this topic. And as you have already noticed, probably, these are going to be developed by our younger contributors to this conference. The first strand will present us the discussions about the rule of law in the EU external action that were held in the conference on the future of Europe. As all of you very well know, and Professor Aldecoa in the Spanish version of this conference this morning reminded us, the Conference on the Future of Europe is a citizens' participation process led by the European institutions, and the idea is to reflect about the future of Europe with the European citizens and the civil society. So, luckily, to do so, we have 2 speakers, our first 2 speakers, because early this morning we heard about the functioning and the new perspectives on the conference, but very few was said about the place of the rule of law in the EU external action in the conference. So I'm sure our 2 speakers will have a lot to say from their own experience. The first contribution to the topic is going to be made by Eduardo García Cancela. He is now the Vice President of the Youth Presidium of the Spanish Federal Council of the European Movement. He holds a bachelor double degree in Journalism and International Relations by the Nebrija University in Madrid. He pursued his graduate studies at the Natolin campus of the College of Europe in Poland, where he completed his master's program in European interdisciplinary studies with major in the EU and its neighbors. To do so, he obtained a scholarship from the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation and the Spanish Agency for International Development and Cooperation. 2 years ago, he participated in the Europeum Scholars Program led by the University of Oxford, and apart from other professional experience, I'm not going to get into details. He is now a PhD candidate at the Complutense University of Madrid in the field of political science, public administration, and international relations. He's studying the European Union-Armenia relations. So Eduardo is going to open the session with his ideas about the rule of law in the EU external action. Eduardo, we hear you.
Working? No? Okay. Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a difficult task to start the last lot of the day, but we are going to do it from a slightly different perspective from the civil society. So we won't be, I guess, that academic, and in that sense, I'm here as the vice president of the youth section of the Spanish Federal Council of the European Movement. And regarding the topic that we are going to address, the conference on the future of Europe and where rule of law, what is the role of rule of law in the conference, what is being discussed about it, and so on. In the European Movement of Spain, we have been working about this topic since Ursula von der Leyen firstly mentioned the conference back in 2019. So it's already 3 years that we have been following closely the conferences. And well, regarding youth participation, I have to first say that we were a little bit disappointed in the sense that we were promised at the very beginning that the presence of young people would be strong, in the words of the President of the Commission. However, even we have 1/3 of the seats in the citizens panels. If we take the whole plenary of the Conference on the Future of Europe, we barely reached 12%, which actually is an underrepresentation of what we what young people are in demographics in Europe. So this is the first thing that I want to stress, that young voices in the Conference on the Future of Europe are underrepresented, and that's a pity because we were told a different story at the beginning. However, to explain where the rule of law discussion lies in the Conference on the Future of Europe, and trying not to repeat myself with other panelists before me, I'm going to jump to the structure of the conferences and then where the topic of rule of law is discussed. Regarding the citizens panel, it is in the panel number 2. Together with other topics, and it has been discussed in the previous panel that of course rule of law is linked with all the values of the European Union. So together with rule of law in the second panel, it's discussed with the values, with security and so on. This is obvious because we cannot understand rule of law or the fundamental rights apart. They are the DNA of the EU. So apart from one another, they don't make sense. So they are together in this second panel, which makes total sense. And regarding youth participation, there has been 2 main ways where the young proposals have reached the conference. The first one is through the multilingual online platform, which hasn't worked as good as we thought it would. It's not very user friendly, and also, for example, we couldn't put our proposals under the name of a civil society organization. It had to be individual, and there were other problems regarding the multilingual platform. However, according to the Secretariat of the Conference on the Future of Europe, there were many proposals regarding rule of law, the same concerns about Hungary, Poland, and also other member states, and the undermining of rule of law within the European Union were arised also in these proposals. And regarding the external dimension of the rule of law, it was also said in the platform that the EU should lead by example, and therefore if there is this undermining of rule of law within the borders of the EU, the role of the EU in the world is also diminished if we understand the EU as a normative power and as this exporter of values and principles, including rule of law. I'm going to mention some of the proposals that I thought were interesting for you to know what is being discussed at the moment in the Conference on the Future of Europe. We still have 3 months to go, so there can be other proposals that come up later on the discussion, but some of the issues that are being discussed include some punitive measures for those member states that violate or undermine rule of law, which include reducing grants to countries that breach rule of law, taking away their voting rights in the Council, or even ending their EU membership. So these are some of the proposals that have arisen. Then we can discuss if they make sense or not, if they are coherent or not. But also other measures that I found interesting myself. For example, amending the conditionality regulation of 2020, adopted in the 16th of December, so that it applies to all breaches of the rule of law, rather than only to breaches affecting the EU budget. I'm sure this has come up before in the panels, how with the recovery plans, this conditional clause was included, but actually can only be activated if the breach of rule of law is related to the management of the budget. So here they ask, one of the proposals is to amend it so it can be extended to other breaches of rule of law, not only regarding the ones that can affect the budget. And second, and the most popular, also I imagine very discussed in the room, is reviewing the Article 7 procedure to make it easier to adopt sanctions or measures against the countries that vulnerate rule of law. And there are two possibilities that I see, or that I found interesting among the proposals that I could read. One is by excluding from the voting in the council, not only to the country that is being the breach of the rule of law is being discussed on, but also other countries that have open procedures of the Article 7. The second option would be reforming the whole Article 7 and replace unanimity by a super qualified majority to avoid this problem of veto in the Council. Also, greater participation of the European Parliament in the process. Another proposal that has emerged in the Conference of the Future of Europe is enhancing the role of the European Court of Justice as a watchdog, and to monitor and implement better measures if there are breaches of rule of law within the EU. And again, these measures are always looking at inside the EU, how the EU can guarantee the rule of law within its member states, but we have to think about it also in an external dimension, in the sense that the EU should lead by example, and if it aims to be an international player, an international actor that promotes these values, it should take care of the values inside the EU as well, right? So by adopting these measures, by reforming the treaties, for example, and including some of these proposals, the rule of law inside the EU would be enhanced, but also the role of the European Union as a global actor, and that's something that we need to understand if we believe that the EU is a normative power, as it's been discussed widely in academia. And I think that would be it for me. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Eduardo, and thank you for, well, more than sticking to the time allotted to you. Now we're going to hear from our next speaker on the same topic, the rule of law in the EU external action, in the Conference of the Future of Europe. She's Victoria Rodriguez Piceda, who as a member of the Youth Association Equipo Europa has been rapporteur of the Working Group on the Rule of Law in the European Union. She finished a bachelor's degree in international relations at the Torquato di Tella University in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and then made the jump to Europe, to Italy to be more precise, to study a master's program in international relations, Europe, Latin America at the University of Bologna. She is now enrolled in the Erasmus Mundus Joint Master in Euroculture at the University of Deusto and the University of Udine. All of it a good proof of her pro-European spirit. Apart from that, she has some professional experience. I'm not going to detail, but just to point out one of these elements of her professional experience, she made an internship at Europe Direct, Punto Europa in Italy. Your turn, Victoria.
Okay. Hola. Sí.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation and for those kind words. It's a real pleasure to be here to share the panel with all of you. I come on behalf of Equipo Europa. For those who are not familiar with the association, Equipo Europa is a youth association that it was created in 2019 during the Esta Vez Voto campaign launched by the European Parliament for promote the voter participation during the European elections. So Equipo Europa saw the conference on the future of Europe as an opportunity to bring the voices of different young people to the European institutions. Also, this space gave us the opportunity to review the institutional architecture of the EU, to see where are we failing and how can we strengthen the competencies of the Union so it has a better capacity for action. Having said all of this, I believe that discussing the rule of law today in a broader context of international relations is very important. Why? Because it reminds us of something that is very relevant, that the rule of law is a global issue, that the rule of law is a principle that is universal. So my reflection will be centered around in three parts. The first one is how Equipo Europa see the challenges of the rule of law in international relations. Second, I will follow with what proposals are we thinking about based on these challenges, and finally, where we want to be in the future. So to think about the future, first, we have to know where we come from and where we are. The various crises of the European Union, such as the Eurozone crisis, the migration crisis, the COVID, or even the war in Ukraine that we are witnessing right now, have highlighted and in many cases exacerbated many of the problems that the European Union has been dragging on in the recent years. To mention some of them, the lack of competencies in some areas, the absence of an institutional balance where the EU Council still have a greater weight in comparison with other institutions, and also the fact that in many occasions civil organizations don't have the right channel for participation. If we take a closer look at the external actions, we also observe some challenges. Many of them have been already mentioned during these panels. For example, in the application of instruments such as the democracy and human rights clause in agreement with third countries. In this case, we believe that there is no fixed mechanism of control or supervision of the democracy and human rights clause. On the other hand, we see problems in the common neighborhood policy, in particular with the absence of civil society participation. And finally, we see problems also within the EU institutions. If we take the example of Frontex, the agency that is in charge of guarding the external borders, in the recent years, Frontex has been accused of not complying with basic human rights standards. In 2019, they adopted a new regulation, but still there is a lack of transparency and accountability for those officials who have the role of complying with those standards. So, from a civil society point of view, we see all these obstacles, failures, and we ask ourselves, why no action is being taken? And if an action is being taken, in what ways are we failing? Based on these challenges, We propose some ideas. For example, the first proposal is the change of the implementation of the democratic clause in the agreement with third countries. This means a greater institutional cooperation, where the Commission would be in charge of monitoring the clause, while the Parliament would be follow up and make recommendations to the European Commission. Also, Equipo Europa proposed the creation of a human rights subcommittees in the association councils created through these international agreements. This would allow for a more direct monitoring of the clause and studying the resolutions of possible violations, and finally open a dialogue with the country and propose measures to improve the situation. The second proposal we were thinking about has the aim to involve the civil society in the common neighborhood policy programs, especially during the gathering of the data and the evaluation of the proposals of the projects that are in these programs. This would help to raise the visibility and the legitimacy of the EU external funding in those countries that is being implemented. And finally, the third proposal that we were thinking about is improving the role of Frontex, and this means changing the present regulation. In particular, we need to improve the impartiality of the fundamental rights officer, who has the role of compliance with these human rights standards. So the key points that we wanted to show is to strengthen the role of the European in external action. We believe that it's necessary two things. One is a greater interinstitutional commitment to enhance the promotion of the rule of law outside Europe. This means that there is a need to transform the rule of law into an institutional project rather than only a priority for the Commission. So the European Parliament and the European Council needs to have a key role in the promotion of the rule of law outside Europe. And the second point is that we need a stronger involvement of the civil society in countries outside Europe, because they are in the front line of those countries that we want to work with. They are the ones witnessing, documenting, warning, and denouncing and fighting for those fundamental rights. To wrap up, we are aware that neither the EU institutions, neither the EU law, have the power to change governments or police societies. What we can do is to improve the EU processes and debates that can create a new space for negotiation with governments and create policy improvements so that can prevent abuses outside Europe. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I was saying that, yeah, we have had two very interesting, very different and complementary visions of the discussions about the rule of law in the Conference for the Future of Europe. We are going to present a different strand, a different dimension to the young people's views on the rule of law. For doing so, we have Juan Rayón González. In his capacity of president of the Erasmus Student Network, Juan is going to speak about the rule of law and education. But first, I will tell you something about his experience. He has a bachelor degree in law from the University of Oviedo. Now he's currently finishing 2 master's programs in international law and European studies. I have heard that one of them here at the University of Granada. He, as an Erasmus student, made his exchange in Istanbul and has also participated in the European Solidarity Corps in Padova. And apart from being president of the Erasmus Student Network in Spain, he has been liaison officer for inclusive mobility of this association. I am sure that we are all curious to hear what the president of the Erasmus Student Network has to say about the rule of law and education.
Okay, I think it works now. Yes, thank you so much, Amelie, for this presentation. Indeed, I am actually going to speak about the topic of my master thesis that I still need to finish. But you know, Europe got on the way, so I had to answer the call, I guess. Well, it's a great pleasure to be here today discussing this fascinating topic. It's much more relaxed compared to other topics, but it's still very, very important. I think we have all had this conversation in which we identify a problem, like the challenge with the rule of law, and then someone says the solution is education, right? This is a commonplace, but honestly, I agree with its statement. So since I've been agreeing for a long time, I decided to embark upon this journey of trying to figure it out how through education we can improve our union. And this is what we're going to do today. I'm going to divide my presentation in 4 parts. The first one is a bit of setting the stage, in which we will see how young Europeans perceive European democracy and the rule of law. Then we'll talk a bit about the legal base, legislation, and different EU policies related to education, and then how through different EU programs the European Union is working for the promotion of common values. And finally, some ideas, some thought-provoking proposals, hopefully, to see how we can improve the way in which we work around the promotion of rule of law and common values in general through education. The definition of rule of law for this presentation is very similar to the ones that we have been doing throughout the day, right? That idea of the tripod that Vice President Timmermans defined quite well in several occasions, in which we need to understand that we cannot really use one of the parts of this tripod against the other, right? This idea of illiberal democracy doesn't really exist as a real concept. And this is also how, whenever we talk about education and common values, how we find, right, the references to it in official documents, in programs, etc. It's actually very interesting to see how in certain documents there are explicit references to the rule of law, and in some others we see more general references to common values. Starting with the part about young people's perceptions of the rule of law, I think it's a good sign to see that still 30% of Europeans aged between 15 and 24 believe that rule of law, democracy, and fundamental rights is the main asset of the EU. This is the most common answer among the age group. So indeed, the new generations believe that this is an important topic, this defines the European Union, and therefore it should be protected. And also, when we go to the Eurobarometers, and we have a lot of data on this, which is very important to inform this kind of presentations, we see a couple of things. We see general trends of support, but we see a very important regional divide that we should consider whenever we develop educational policies to address this issue. The East-West regional divide pretty much exists nowadays when it comes to the perception of the importance of the rule of law and common values in general. You can see it here, Germany, Sweden, Luxembourg with very good numbers, but then countries like Lithuania, Bulgaria, and Poland with really low numbers in terms of the perception of the importance of the rule of law. And then with more pessimistic data points, we have this very interesting part here, graph, in which we see that this idea of the European Union as a lighthouse for democracy, this is a term, the kind of buzzword the Commission likes to use a lot, it's actually receding. And this is a problem indeed, right? Like, young people do not really think anymore that the European Union symbolizes democracy as it used to.
And a very interesting part for me, this is probably the most interesting data point that we have here. There were references before throughout the day on how governments are focusing more and more on the delivery part, and everything related to process, to how we actually use the rule of law, is not that important. The risk is that citizens are also going on that direction, in which we want decisive action, we want delivery, even if the process doesn't really work that well. And this is indeed a dangerous trend, because if we look at democratic countries, those countries that have strong rule of law systems are also the most prosperous countries and the ones that deliver the most for their citizens. So indeed, let's say that the bottom line here is that effective EU education policies and programs that include this citizenship education component are now more important than ever, right? Because we have polarization, we have a shrinking civic space, and we have a number of threats to the rule of law that require also strategic responses in terms of how do we work with the population to raise awareness, to make them understand how important this is. Then moving to the legal base, as you all know, the role of education in the treaties is quite limited. We have that reference in Article 9, in which you say that the defining and implementing policies, a high level of education should be taken into account. Then we have the key article, 165, that defines the competences for both education and youth, and they are understood as a common block. This is also very important because the EU has very effective youth programs, and the European Court of Auditors has said many times that these programs deliver a very high level of added value because of the lack of similar programs at the national level, which I think is very interesting, because there are no clear references in the treaties, something to consider, maybe also for the conference and for future treaty change. But then the objectives are clearly defined there, but maybe not that clearly with this idea of the European dimension of education, which is a very vague term, I would say on purpose. But then we talk about the promotion of mobility, we talk about the promotion of youth exchanges, we talk about the promotion of multilingualism, so clear objectives very much connected to the creation of a union. And then also in the Charter of Fundamental Rights, education is included. Then it's clear that the programs related to education have been very successful. You all know Erasmus here. I can tell you, I've been eating kebabs in Turkey and people knew Erasmus. It's a success story. People come to Granada, they know it's a famous Erasmus city. It's a very big success for the European Union indeed. New programs are also being quite successful, like Discover EU, but when it comes to the citizenship education component, so how do we use existing programs to foster awareness of common values? The concrete implementation measures are not being that effective, right? And this is part of the food for thought. How can we improve this? Now, let's talk a bit about the process. How did we get to the point in which we find ourselves now in terms of the policies and programs related to citizenship education? Indeed, it was not from the very beginning of the European communities that we had references to education. Some of you might know that actually the Council tried to took the Commission to court because of the Erasmus program, right? And it was only because of the European Court of Justice did a particular interpretation of the treaties that we could have Erasmus. So this is how controversial education was at the very beginning. But in the 80s, we start to see a shift, and we start to see member states talking more about this idea of improving knowledge about Europe's history, cultures, European awareness, values, etc. So there is an understanding that in order to consolidate the integration process, we need to have that educational component. And we see a number of very interesting reports, the Adoninos report, which is part of this idea of a people's Europe that started to emerge in the 80s, the Van Vergen report, in which education gains a prominent role. But then the very big shift happens in the 90s. In the 90s, in which the Commission takes this more proactive role. We're trying to build a European Union here, and for that we need awareness about the values. We need people to know what Europe is all about. And this is why in the Maastricht Treaty, the education competence was already included, avoiding possible problems in terms of the subsidiarity principle, etc. And then also we can see from the literature that there was particular personal interest from the Commission, and even more specifically from the President, that he wanted to include education as a competence because he was very much aware about the importance of disseminating European values to kind of bring Europeans together. This being said, whenever we talk EU policies and education, the economic component, this idea of developing a knowledge economy, has been the most important part. It's only in the very last years in which we see the shift towards the role of common values, promotion of the rule of law, etc. And the real watershed moment in that regard, when it comes to education policies and common values in the EU, it's the Paris Declaration of 2015 after the terror attacks. It's extremely interesting. This is just an informal declaration of ministers, but the follow-up that happened afterwards is tremendous. So basically this informal declaration of only 4 pages has influenced every single piece of legislation, program, council recommendation after that. And this is also an example of the soft policy making power of the European Union in the field of education, right? In which we see that after that, there is a flurry of new national policies that talk about the promotion of common values, that talk about how we can use education to avoid radicalization, to promote democracy, rule of law, etc. And we have a very good way to monitor this, for instance, through the Eurydice reports or the Education and Training Monitor that were focus specifically on citizenship education. After that, the number of policy documents continued, the communication with the Commission on strengthening European identity through education and culture. Another example of how also top-down elements coming from the Euro. Ooh, only 2 minutes. Okay, I need to go a bit faster. Then the Council recommendation, this is the follow-up document in terms of Council recommendation on promoting common values, inclusive education, and the European dimension of teaching. And this is, once again, very interesting because here we can see a clear reference with a more reactive approach to the rule of law, in which the Council says there are threats to the rule of law, there are societal phenomena that are posing a threat to the rule of law, therefore we need education policies to react, to offer a solution. So from the proactive approach, we move to the reactive approach in which we see threats and we feel the need to react. The new Commission has had a lot of interesting policy initiatives with also an important geopolitical component related to education. How do we use education to promote our values outside of the European Union? And now moving very fast to EU programs, we have a number of programs in the education field. Also, when I mean education, I also refer to youth programs that have a direct influence in the education of common values. Erasmus Plus is the most famous one, but Horizon Europe also offers the possibility of doing research on common values, something that the European Parliament is asking to expand in the current MFF, the European Solidarity Corps, Europe for Citizens, and also programs from the European Parliament. These programs are very, very important. Why? Because in a moment in which we are seeing democratic backsliding in countries like Poland or Hungary, because the way in which they are managed, they offer the opportunity to educational establishments and to civil society organizations to access funding directly and avoid that kind of oppression coming from national governments, right? So the way in which they operate, in most cases, has been very effective to promote this common values dissemination in EU member state and also in Erasmus Plus countries like Turkey, which is a full member of the Erasmus Plus program. And also very fast, moving to the new Erasmus Plus program, civic engagement is a key priority. So once again, not calling it specifically a rule of law, but clear references that are very relevant for the dissemination of common values. The question would be, is it enough as it is? Are we really addressing the grassroots problems that we are funding? And because of this situation, actually the European Parliament is taking the lead, and in April a report will be approved on these citizenship education measures that can be adopted. Okay, I need to move extremely fast, but I just wanted to show you how impactful actually EU programs can be to foster these educational competences, right? I have some numbers here showing how Erasmus alumni, probably like many of you, develop all these citizen competences and this understanding of the importance of common values in a way in which, for instance, you can see how they participate way more often in European elections, they wish more rights as EU citizens, and they also, in general, participate more in democratic life. And once again, we see regional differences that are very, very relevant. Just final proposals. In general, more dialogue between supranational institutions is needed. The Council of Europe has a great framework for democratic competences. The problem is it lacks the real funding to further disseminate it. If we better connect Erasmus Plus, that has the financial firepower to reach out to local schools, to universities, we would be making a huge impact. We need to expand access to learning mobility opportunities, because we know from the data that this can lead to this acquisition of competences related to common values. Access in general also to this kind of opportunities to learn more about how we can put common values in practices. And the final one, which I think is the most pressing one at the moment, we need to expand membership in Erasmus Plus, especially to all the countries in the Eastern Partnership and the Western Balkans. You know that very recently Georgia, Moldova have filed their applications for the European Union. This is the kind of initial step to start talking about that common ground in terms of values with them for a future accession down the line. And yes, this was a very short version of what I wanted to say, but I hope it was enough. We can discuss it later. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Juan. I think that you can regain your breath now, and I've enjoyed a lot these three contributions. I think it's clear the extent in which these three speakers are concerned with fostering civic engagement and participation of young people in democratic life, either through the European movement, civic societies, or civic associations like Equipo Europa, or the Erasmus program, or all the programs that are funded by the European Union. And last but by no means least, I'm very pleased to introduce to our next speaker and department colleague, Inés Fernández Cava. Inés is a PhD candidate at the doctoral program in Women's Studies, Gender Practice and Discourses, and is also pre-doctoral fellow, what in the official terminology of the University of Granada is a graduate teaching and research assistant at the Department of Public International Law and International Relations of this university. She holds a bachelor's degree in law from the University of Granada, an Erasmus Mundus master's degree in women's and gender studies, in which she studied both at the University of Granada and the University of Bologna. On her representative dimension, apart from other responsibilities, she is currently a member of the Council of the Doctoral Student Representatives at the University of Granada, and also a member of the Student Council of the Arcus European University Alliance. Now she's working on her thesis, in which she is applying a feminist approach to European Union law. And now she's going to present us her topic, Rethinking the Rule of Law from the Otherness Eyes, a Feminist Approach. Over to you, Inés.
Thank you, Amelia. So firstly, I would like to thank Carmela Perez and Luis Hinojosa for hosting me in their conference. It is an honor to be part of this exquisite event. And secondly, I would like to thank my thesis supervisor, Pablo Martin, for encouraging me to share with you all my thesis findings so far. As you might expect, this short communication is linked to my thesis project, and therefore some ideas are still under construction and waited to be better outlined, but please forgive this little mess you are going to see right now. Let me start saying that lately, of course, some member states here in the European Union have been consistently undermining the Union, which for all of us always seemed untouchable. Of course, we could think that this is perhaps due to the Union's institution failure to respond appropriately and timely to the threats posed by the irregular behaviors of these states. Therefore, it's only natural to think that and to criticize this inaction of the European institution. Nevertheless, I think that something is missing, something is lacking in this discussion, a key element that is not being thought or being taken into account in these debates. And I will even say that it is not even addressed in the 2020 Rule of Law report. So, well, we all can agree, or maybe it's just my perception, that the notion of the rule of law is still very difficult to grasp, even to me, that I'm currently studying it. However, due to this crisis of the rule of law, the European Commission has drafted a definition of this value in this 2020 Rule of Law report, where 4 elements were featured when discussing the different ways this value, the rule of law, is being disrespected, namely the justice system, the anti-corruption framework, the media pluralism, media freedom, check and balances. Of course, we all know that if we have read that. Well, but we could say that no one is wondering how this situation is seen through the eyes of those that are in margins. No? Of course, there are some examples of the erosion of women's rights. For example, in relation to the justice system, we can see the example of the case of the Commission versus Poland about the retirement age of the judges and the public prosecutors. And also, there's another example about the LGBTIQ community rights in relation to the media freedom that it has something to do with the Hungary so-called anti-LGBTIQ law. So let's talk about this hidden face of this notion, and let's begin saying that many states are in the European Union continue to put the rights of the minorities, migrants, LGBTIQ people, and women at risk. And moreover, some states, namely Hungary and Poland, are reverting their societies to a more old-fashioned way of thinking. Just to name a few, we could talk about how Catholic values are so very, very central to these societies, such as the traditional family is very important for them. Also, women are seen as the do-gooder mothers, deprived of rights such as abortion, of the recognition that they can actually be victims of gender-based violence. Also, these countries are turning down the Istanbul Convention, and over the LGBTIQ community is totally discriminated throughout anti-gender discourses. Therefore, despite that, the fact that feminist legal theorists such as Catherine McKinnon and Anne Skell, these are only some examples, have been criticizing for decades the rule of law and what this actually means, little changes have been made to adjust set value to the feminist movement, please. Consequently, neither the European Union rule of law that is currently being breached is perfect. Sorry about that, because the conceptualization of this value in terms of coherence and consistency tends to reinforce and legitimize a patriarchal status quo and also existing imbalanced power relations. Therefore, the European Union has at time been the perfect companion to a discriminatory culture that subjects the other to the patriarchal power. In fact, it often overlooks those in the margin. What I mean with this is that we all Europeans are not at all equal to the eyes of the law. Consequently, the very eyes of the law, of the European law, lack of a broader understanding of our diverse society. Of course, the law bluntly proves that it cannot keep up with our current world. And the ones who constitute the marginalized other do have higher risk of suffering from violence and poverty, since they are more vulnerable, as Judith Butler has theorized. But you will be thinking, Ines, what does it mean the others, right? Well, let me tell you about this. From the feminist theory, we could find several approaches to this notion, but as we need to be short and concise, I will only name two. As we can see here, Simone de Beauvoir intelligently used this concept of the other to describe a disadvantaged minority, commonly seen as women. And we could say that in gender studies, the otherness means women's subordination to men's domination under the patriarchy principles. On the other hand, we can see the colonial studies where the other means the subaltern, and this person, that is the subaltern, cannot speak, neither be listened. And this is a theory that has introduced Gayarty Spivak. And this notion is key for the current wave of feminism, since we cannot understand feminism if it is not trans-inclusive or intersectional. Hence, gender and the colonial studies are essential in these hard times for the European Union, since they offer a proper and deeper critical thinking. And they actually have methodological tools that can help us acknowledge these two problems I'm talking about. The first one, these other facets in the current crisis of the rule of law, and also this misconception of this notion of the rule of law that is not even being questioned in the European institution or in the European Union as a whole. To conclude, said that therefore we could be talking about a feminist agenda in the European Union, and as Marguerite Duras has said, women who can get beyond the feeling of having to correct history will save a lot of time. Therefore, if we take this idea, instead of criticizing what has been done, that we can actually be doing that, of course, we would rather be creating a new approach to the rule of law and giving new meanings to this concept. And consequently, we will be rethinking the rule of law from this angle of the gender studies, and this of course will help us to prevent the erosion of women's and LGBTIQ community rights that are being eroded and disrespected because of the rule of law. One example could be the gender equality strategy 2020-2025, but nevertheless we must remain critical, since this strategy can be of course a key approach, but it also seems like a facade for the European Union, because this objective should not only be stated or proclaimed, but also put into practice. We really need a real and a practical measures that not only are utopian, but also can make a big change for all of us. So that was everything. Thank you for listening, and I hope I have been short and concise.
Thank you so much, Ines. Yeah, you've made your point. It's clear now. Well, I think we have some, although we're a bit late, but it's not our fault, not the fault of this panel at least. I think we have time for some questions. Maybe on site, yeah. I see 3 hands, so let's go. Ada has been talking. Alejandro, yeah, go ahead first. Yes.
Oh, well, thank you very much for your speeches. That was outstanding. I'm very glad to listen to you all. Well, my question specifically goes to Juan Rayon, because we all know the common values of the European Union, but as we've seen, and Ines has told us, those values has been eroded from the inside of the European Union. So, which ones do you think could be the fundamental values for a hypothetical utopian education policy of the European Union?
I mean,
No, let's gather all the questions first. I think it's going to be more effective. I think Ada, and then here in the first line, yeah? No?
No, better without. I think I can project my voice a bit. So, I'll do it quick. Well, yeah, I also believe that the European Union is also funding lots of programs that are helping young students and, well, young people generally. But don't you think that there is maybe a paradox between the fact that there are lots of funding programs, Erasmus, European Solidarity Funds, and also traineeships? And that's my point. You can do a traineeship for some months at the European Union. However, if you really want to work afterwards at the European Union, the traditional system is EPSO. And I think we also know that EPSO is very complex to access. There are, of course, other systems that through which you can access the European Union. But sometimes I believe, that's my perception, my opinion, that young people sometimes do not actually have access to this Brussels bubble. So, yeah, maybe I can hear also your vision on that.
And there was just one last question, yeah, here in the first row.
Many years ago. I feel really happy in my inside. I'm so sorry I cannot see anybody from ELSA here, it was an association that it was in Europe in 150 universities, many countries in Europe. At that time, we organized the first European Union seminars, the first interchange between universities, the first traineeships with law. And that time we were like the human rights fighters. Nobody believed us at the beginning. After that, a few years later, they didn't say, where were you, and thank you very much for all you did. And I also agree with the lady behind that even though it's been done a lot, it's been finding a lot, but when you go to the, for example, diplomatic school and you do studies in European law, still the people who are inside, they say, no, it is very easy, it's not so complex, but then it's a lack of, when people arrive in the European Union and the Commission, there is a big gap in between what the work is being doing and what has to be done. Although YouTube and still doing those exams and haven't get it, although these things, I think what happened is once, for example, in Brussels, the Spanish representative helps a lot. Once people get it, they forget a little bit how hard it's been to go on that way. I've got friends in Brussels and many others, and still is not impossible, but it's lots of work to do. And I recommend it all of you. And the last thing, I will work a little bit more on Erasmus Mundus Plus and on the relationship, for example, with the CEGIP, La Secretaría General Iberoamericana, that they have amazing programs with Latin America. So thank you very much for the job, and go on. Okay.
So if I understood you well, you were expressing more an opinion than a question addressed for... Yes. Okay, good. So we have so far 2 questions, and I think is one, they are addressed to one. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. So what should be the core values, right? So this is more like, I guess, a political question, right? I mean, I think that the values are fine, like the values in the treaty are good, right? I agree. So I think actually also from the presentation of the colleague, I see it's more how are these values protected, implemented, like the values are comprehensive. There are a lot of big words in the treaty, right? You have these big words in the treaty, in the policy documents, etc. I think the presentation was great for us to understand how maybe we can improve the way in which we work towards these values. And this is also what I meant with my presentation, right? The values are there, the framework is great, it's just that in terms of implementation, we haven't gotten very good at it, right? Whenever someone, for instance, participates in anything related to EU funding, are we doing anything to ensure that this person is learning democracy, rule of law, learning how to coexist in a democratic society? That should be the core of the values. So I believe there is untapped potential there in terms of how do we include modules, how do we work with intercultural preparation, etc. Because it's the number is growing, right? The number of young people participating in EU-funded programs is growing. More people than we actually imagine. For instance, thousands of young people take part in youth guarantee initiatives, but the European Union is not even able to explain that this is a program that is funded by the Union. So it's about the strategic communication, better work with civil society, collaboration with the Council of Europe. Those things can help the implementation. Should I go to the second one? Okay, so the second one, I'm going to take it as a broader question, which is the Brussels bubble inclusive, right? That would be the bottom line there, right? The answer is no, indeed. No, because we know it here, right? We are all part of the bubble in a way, right? It's hard to get these topics outside of the bubble, and I think this is a joint effort between academia, civil society representatives, the EU institutions, national governments, on how we can bring the message across. Because these concepts that are so important for us, or these opportunities, are not very clear for the rest of the people, right? So one of the problems that we always see, for instance, in our work in ESN, is that even though we live in 2022, information is there in the internet, that doesn't mean that that people are receiving the information. So we need more proactive approaches, really going there, going and maybe talking about the Blue Book in places where maybe we need to go to the Almanjaya more and talk about those opportunities. Are we doing that enough? That would be the first part. I mean, you're laughing, but it's important. The European Solidarity Corps funds everything. Do the people in the Almanjaya know that they have that opportunity? I don't think so, because we don't go there enough. The second part is the other dimension, in which do we favor excellence for EU opportunities like Blue Book, or do we favor a truly representative and inclusive approach? I would favor the second one, right? I believe that can be positive. Because then maybe you can say, okay, no, but I want to have, let's say, a European public servants body that looks like Europe, so looks like BERS. That's a decision in the line of affirmative action that you can take. So that would be also a suggestion from my side, maybe. So I hope I managed to address these complicated questions.
More questions? Yeah.
I would like to address one question to Ines. Since we have been listening this morning about the neoliberal order and how it's going down, and I think to a certain extent, a feminist approach is a product of the liberal order. The liberal order has allowed this strain of thought to emerge. So in which way the evolution of a general system and this external action the sphere where the external action of the EU has to unfold is going in the opposite direction of this enrichment of the rule of law notion with this feminist approach? I don't know if I'm being quite clear. I mean, if the international society is moving from the liberal order, and the liberal order in a way has allowed a feminist approach to emerge and to be valued, in which way this, as Professor Sanchez called, this sovereign internationalism, which I think is quite an irony as a label, in which way this international this sovereign internationalism is against this feminist approach? What do you think?
Do you hate me? Okay, Pablo, thank you for your question. Thank you for your question, Pablo. It's a difficult one, but I will try to answer it. So yeah, of course, in the liberal framework, we will say, I don't know, and the feminism grew, and now it grows. But I will say that it tends to try to be a part of it, to be not to participate in the values, in the principles of the liberal system. For example, in the feminist theory, capitalism is very, very criticized. Capitalism is a key in the liberal system, I would say. So even if we are living in a situation in which the liberal system is deteriorating, or I don't know, maybe is going to have a second, to be in a second scenario, not being the protagonist in the wide world scenario. I will say that feminism is developing constantly, and it tries to engage with new ideas. In fact, in this last wave of feminism, it tries to approach to the colonial studies, also try to approach to the intersectionality, and even to be inclusive of other minorities, such as trans people, migrants. And therefore, I would say in doing so, feminism is not linked to the liberal system, but otherwise it will be like an antagonist to the liberal system, because it tries to destroy many things, many ideas that are that has been previously built, that are like our current lives. Oh, sorry. So the status quo is being questioned the whole time by the feminism. So I would say it doesn't have to do anything with the liberal system. Even though that the feminism, maybe it began with the liberal system. So I will say it will survive. I don't know how, because there are many crucial points inside of feminist movement. Many people are trying to break it down by different ideas that are very, very opposite to the others. But I'll say it will survive, but it will be very different to the one that was born with the liberal system. I don't know if that will answer your question, but
Okay. Yes, one last brief question, please.
Yeah, actually, it was more, if possible, of a reflection of the questions that have been done, just because, just 2 minutes.
Yeah. 1.5?
Yes, 1.5, I promise. So, for the questions on European opportunities for young people in the institutions, I'm talking as a young professional working for a new institution, there are opportunities. There are many opportunities for young people to come. I'm sorry, because I'm giving you about my back, but there are many opportunities outside the EPSO system. There are intérimaires, there is a cast, there are temporary positions that need no exam available in the institutions. But one thing that you need to do as a citizen, or even from universities, and that's something that we do not receive, because I'm a staff ambassador in the Commission, and it's something that we do not receive that much, is people asking us to go to universities and talk about these opportunities. So, as Juan said, if you know people that might be interested around, say it, talk about it, and write to the institution and ask for someone that will talk about it. But just for you to know that it's not possible, to have the system that we had 25 years ago, just because there are triple the people that want to work in institutions, and there needs to be a way to just short up the amount of candidates. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you. It was very pertinent. Yeah. Well, I'm afraid that's all we have time for. I would like to end thanking you for all your interesting contributions, both speakers and the people in the audience, in the on-site audience. This is the end of a very full and enriching day, and I'm sure that you are looking forward to tomorrow's sessions. But before closing this session, I don't resist a temptation to quote the lyrics of a Spanish pop rock band, Radio Futura. Radio Futura, which is well known for of the Spanish people, but not the foreigners, I'm sure. But there's a song called "In Love with Youth Fashion," and there's a part that says, "I saw young people walking, oh yeah, with such an air of security that in a moment I understood that the future is already here." Well, thank you, and we will see you tomorrow.